Oh, I'm muted. How are you?
Hi, Sarah.
Hi. I didn't even notice you're all in there. Who's the moderator?
I think it's Mary.
Oh, hi, Mary.
Hi, that would be me.
Hi. Thank you so much. I will make you. I have to do it somewhere else. It's all very complicated. I make you a host, right?
Yes, I think so.
Oh, Sarah, I think you made Antoinette the host.
This thing moves around.
Please don't. I have things to do today.
How do I unhost you now?
Oh, Antoinette will have to do it, I think.
So Mary is the one we want to be the host, right?
Yeah.
Now I have no control over this thing.
I think I'm just me again. Okay.
Thank goodness. Mary, can you make our Cpp Arc Room 1 co-host? Because I can't control it anymore.
Yes. Okay.
Okay. I think we're all set.
Sure.
another. All right, let me make sure that it's coming in properly. Yeah. Phew. Okay, another crazy day. All right. We have Sarah, Ern, Richard, John. Yeah. All right. And then we have Mark here. Oh, I need to go into the concept board. Cassandra, you have a dog? I thought I heard a bark. All right. So Mark, you're ready? Julio. I guess we let him in. Cassandra, are you there?
Yes.
Oh, one of your images is very big. I don't know what happened on the
Okay, I'll fix it.
one of the things on top.
Okay, I'll fix it.
I don't know. Probably somebody moved something. All right, let's see, Mark. You ready, Mark? Yes. Yes, where are you? What is that building behind you?
Kaufman.
Oh, did you see it just went up for sale?
Did it really?
Yeah, today I got the announcement.
On my way.
It's only $16 million
Pocket change.
pocket change. You can say you're the new owner now. All right, so you're in there. You can moderate. All right, Mary, you're in charge. I'll be back in 1 minute. I'm just gonna get a glass of water.
Sure.
Hello, Richard.
Hi, Sarah.
How are you?
I'm good.
I feel like we were just chatting.
Yeah. This time I'm not on my phone driving. Driving and Zooms don't go well together.
No, that's scary. I was trying to get people not to show you images. It's dangerous. Oh, that's in the wrong review. Hello, Axel. You're supposed to be in room 2. Oh, hi, Sarah. How are you?
Hello, good. How are you?
Good. Thank you for being here.
Thanks for inviting.
So yeah, we're just waiting for a couple jurors. Richard, do you know Sarah? You're both muted. But
Forgetting. No, we have not met. I don't think. Hi, Sarah.
Me, Richard.
Hi, John.
Hello, how's it going?
It's good. How are you? Hello,
Good.
Nina.
Hi, Sarah. Hi, everybody.
Nina, it's been forever.
Hi, John. Oh, my goodness. So nice to see you.
Yeah, likewise.
So we're just waiting for one person. There she is. Hello, Sarah. Oh my God, I didn't realize I put all Sarah's in the same jury. That was
Hi, Sarah.
Well-
Hello, everyone.
totally accidental. This is gonna make it a little bit confusing. So, but I'm not gonna talk, so you're gonna have to sort that out. Okay,
It's all good.
it's all good. Who knew that that was such a popular name?
All spelled with H, too.
That's right. We can't even use that. All right. Well, welcome. It's great to have all of you here. We are going to review, these are the senior project students. This is basically their final review for the 5-year Bachelor of Architecture degree. And basically they are asked in this review to do, in this project, we work on it. It's basically one studio and then 2 seminars. So in the fall, the students basically work on developing a program and selecting a site for their project and kind of understanding the zoning and all of the kind of code constraints for their particular project. And that's within an area that we give them. So each faculty member selects a zone, either a few blocks or a street. They were all in downtown LA, which made it a little bit easier for around downtown LA, which was kind of helpful so that we could use similar code information. And then in the spring, they have a technical seminar, which we teach all together. And they basically go through structures and environmental control systems and other kinds of kind of more technical information, wall sections, curtain walls. And then they have their design studio. It's a big, were really big classes this year. We each had about 19 students, so higher than usual. And in my studio, all the students worked around Skid Row. The area I selected was Skid Row. And they were all asked to do some kind of affordable housing project with a mixed use component, so some secondary program. So they had to select housing and then they could select their own secondary program. And, they selected a variety of different kinds of programs. They also had to find a user that, who the residents would be. Some students did permanent supportive housing, others just did affordable housing. Some did student housing. Anyway, there was a series of, there was a senior housing. And then they also were asked to sort of select a nonprofit organization that would be either part of their support program or a nonprofit developer that was kind of served as a surrogate for the project. They're fairly comprehensive. In the past, we just used to have the 3rd-year project be the comprehensive studio, but we decided to give them a kind of second comprehensive studio with a little bit more freedom to obviously select, determine a lot more about the project. So the user, the sort of the specifics of the program and the specific site. In terms of zoning, most of them chose the current zoning, but we also looked at the future zoning of Skid Row, which will be implemented fairly soon. I don't know when exactly, I think in the next 5 years maybe, which will go mostly from what's currently M2 into something which is mixed use industrial residential. Anyway, that's what's being proposed. So I think that's it. So now I'd like to, if you all have any questions about that. The students each have about 10 minutes to present, and then we have a 20-minute conversation. We're gonna keep it fairly, we have to be super on schedule because after you review 3 of my students, me and my students will move out of this room. You stay here. And then I think it's Emma comes into this room with her students. So then they'll have you'll be able to see a different set of projects. Everybody had different sites and different programs, so it makes it more entertaining for you. Let's see. Oh no, sorry, it's Wendy. So you'll see Wendy's student, Wendy Gilmartin. Let's see. Okay. I'm gonna paste the concept board into the chat. I did send it to you, but in case you didn't get it, it's there so you can open it. And then the student's gonna moderate. So I will share my screen so you'll be able to see it here, but it's helpful if you wanna kind of also poke around and see the other work, but also just be able to see the work on your own and zoom in. After the student presents, they will be moderating, but they'll release the moderation and then you can zoom in onto different drawings to better understand whatever it is that they were talking about. So, so is that all clear? It's all good? Okay. So we have, we're very happy to have Sarah Hearn here, who teaches at the Cal Poly's SLO Metro program, teaches architectural history, and has been working at UCLA also on her PhD. And then we have Sarah DeYoung, who's coming from a different time zone, who teaches at the University at Nebraska at Lincoln. And then we have Richard Prentice, who's principal of the Architects Collective, and they do a lot of affordable housing projects in the city. So it'll be interesting to hear his perspective. It's about similar scale to the work that he does. And then we have John Southern, who's principal of urban operations, also does a lot of housing and also does a lot of urban research and teaches at USC. And then we have Nina Briggs, our esteemed colleague from the Landscape Architecture Department, and who's principal of the Fabric and does both landscape architecture, interiors, and architecture. So, so with that, I'm going to share my screen. As soon as I find the right window. And then Mark, who's over there in the Kaufman house, he's very fancy, will lead the morning session.
Okay, am I good to go?
You just have to moderate. And you're good to go. And I'm going to mute myself for the rest of the time.
Okay, great. Well, hello everybody. Thank you guys for being here. My name is Mark, and my project is called Building Blocks. So although originally a transient community, Skid Row has grown into a place of permanence with longtime residents who have created a strong social fabric that supports extensive grassroots organizing efforts to strengthen their community. However, the physical infrastructure doesn't appropriately resemble their community, and the perceived narrative of Skid Row does not reflect its culture of resiliency and innovation. There's a range of existing housing options around my site, from subsidized permanent supportive housing and market rate lofts. However, there isn't enough low-income housing to adequately support the more than 3,500 unhoused residents. To tackle this urban housing affordability issue, this new development will be constructed of prefabricated modular units, which can be efficiently stacked into a grid. This expressed and prominent grid acts as its structural and formal framework, allowing for the arrangement of modules, corridors, and secondary structural systems within to create varied spaces. These spaces focus on integrating natural light, fresh air, and open areas in the context of the dense and urban community prototype. Located on the corner of 6th and Cedis Avenue, the building will replace an existing parking lot. The site is suitable for new development as it is near a school, a public park, 1 block to the north, and public transit. This will be a mixed-use development, including 2 floors of a child development center with 6 stories of CLT constructed modular housing. The main element of the secondary program is a large central courtyard from where the other programs such as classrooms, playrooms, and nurseries revolve around. The modular housing above is arranged in 2 rows, and blocks are subtracted from it to create space for vertical circulation. The housing takes advantage of a single loaded exterior courtyard. The target demographic will be families with young children, as the Union Rescue Mission in Skid Row reports that children make about 9% of the total homeless population in Skid Row. These at-risk children of the community have been provided with some services and safe havens from their dangerous neighborhoods, such as the campus that I mentioned across the street. Para los Niños campus dedicates themselves to educating and caring for young children while their parents work to survive. Working as an extension of that campus, this mixed-use project will feature this child development center on the ground floor. It will serve those children who need full daycare as well as those of the families living above. The center on the ground floor features this main courtyard, central courtyard, which becomes the main element where children will spend much of their time playing. Main entrances are located on both streets on this corner, and entrances to the housing are located from the exterior, where these staircases are located here, here, and here. As the development will provide a safe and engaging space for the children to play in, and all private programs such as sleeping rooms and nurseries and the courtyard as well are pushed away from the main street. This is done to provide privacy, and the playrooms, classrooms, and corridors separate them as further from the street. These classrooms and playrooms feature accordion doors that open the space up and allow for fluidity in these rooms where children will be moving around and learning. The corridors also respond to several purposes. Not only do they work as public circulation, but also as exhibition spaces, locker rooms, and small lounges. The housing above will be constructed of prefabricated modular units that can be efficiently stacked into a grid. This frame also houses the open air vertical circulation and corridors. Units are made up of 2 or 3 12-foot wide components, with a wet module being inserted into each unit, which includes a shared plumbing wall for the bathroom and kitchenette. Structurally, each unit contains a load-bearing panel every 12 feet, which stack to the top of the building and act as shear walls. These members would then be fireproofed with laminated plasterboard cladding, while all other walls acting as bracing could remain exposed wood. In the 2-bedroom unit, one of those non-structural walls will be an accordion door as well, which provides flexible room to accommodate larger families or be used as an extension of the living room. Here we see that extra room becomes a dining room, a playroom, or a 3rd bedroom altogether to accommodate larger families. All exterior wall openings are full height to allow CLT panels to remain uncut, making the most out of the wood used. Flooring has been covered with reinforced concrete slabs for fire and soundproofing, as well as to aid with thermal inertia. Beyond structural, the decision to use CLT modules was made to minimize the environmental impact and ultimately bring down the development cost, so that it may be more accessible to families in need. The 28 units are organized in 2 rows facing the intersection and have been placed so that they have views of the skyline to the northwest. 2 large communal spaces for residents along the 6 floors take advantage of this corner placement with the best view of the city. These communal spaces, along with minor ones such as this bike storage, laundry rooms, and a gym, have similar balcony conditions as the units. In these public spaces, the glazing of the operable windows are composed of polycarbonate to deflect sunlight and provide privacy. The double-oriented units take advantage of operable windows on either side for cross-ventilation, and they also take advantage of the direct southern light and the diffused northern light on both sides. The social spaces also do the same, as this one side is open to the circulation corridors. Both sides feature a perforated skin to provide shade and comfort for the residents. The multiple floors of housing follow a cadence set by the overarching grid, with different units being subtracted to create gaps of outdoor space for residents to commune in. Being alongside the vertical circulation, these gaps are given life as residents come and go through the corridors and staircases, interacting with other families who may be using these spaces. The arrangement of the modules and the secondary systems within the grid create layers which become the balconies and the communal spaces for residents to socialize and interact with each other. Another layer was that secondary skin mentioned, which shades these structures. This skin has a different rhythm to it on the northern facing facades than it does on the southern facing facades. In elevation, the idea of proportions is once again evident, as each bay is more clearly visible between the columns of the grid. The floors also follow a very strict vertical proportion, with the lowermost and uppermost floors being the same height and pushed in towards the building. Likewise, the middle 6 floors that contain the modular housing are all the same height and protrude slightly from the secondary program. Overall, the project is made up of a repeating module with subtle nuances to differentiate spaces. These small differences include the protrusion of the housing units from the secondary program, the polycarbonate-clad public spaces, the shifting of the secondary skin, and the exposed vertical circulation bays. Building Blocks aims to provide a comfortable and affordable living space for these low-income young families of Skid Row through prefabrication and use of inexpensive materials such as CLT. The emphasis is on caring for the most vulnerable members of these families, being their children. This is achieved through creating a safe space for them to live, play, and learn in and outside of their modular unit. In these social spaces, the community may be strengthened through interaction and interplay. Thank you.
Mark, that was a nice presentation, nice way to kick things off. Pretty organized. I'm curious about your attitude towards what you learned during your research phase and then implemented during the project phase. I'm curious to understand a little bit more about your attitude towards, and let's just localize it, LA's homeless problem, or social issue, because it's, as we all kind of know, it's a really complex, multi-layered issue that people have struggled with for a long time. And I'm sort of curious what your personal attitude is towards it. Like, what did you learn, and how did it impact your architecture?
Sure. So I guess from an early beginning, as Sarah mentioned, we were told to sort of find a user. And I was drawn towards a story of a young woman with a young family, who was struggling with work and finding a place to live. And her story goes that she was staying at a shelter, and until she was able to find an affordable housing complex where she could afford to live in, that's what she did. And so from the start, I kind of wanted to make aside from the affordability issue, a unit which could accommodate larger families or smaller ones, and be sort of a little bit flexible and have these spaces, especially for the children, because that was the most touching part of the story. Spaces for these children to be able to play and interact with each other with. So I guess that's sort of where it stemmed off of, where it started from, this family. And I was sort of targeting people like her.
Well, I think, one of the challenges of a studio topic like this is that, the social aspects of it play such an important role. And I think that, you really have to separate in some ways the social issue that impacts your programming of the project with the architectural strategy that you're deploying. And I think you did a great job of integrating them. I'm just sort of curious, like, how is this different than a lot of the other SROs and projects that have gone up, other than it's actually for families, which I agree with you is a totally massive and important resource that we need right now for LA's homeless population. But for the architecture itself, you're using CLT, which is an emerging technology. It's actually not cheap. It's actually more expensive than steel right now, but at the same time, you save time, so you can get these units built, right? So that's its advantage. But I'm just curious about your critical approach towards the architectural design. Like, how did it push the envelope for you as far as your design strategy beyond the social?
Well, like you mentioned, the CLT, I guess I used it for its, like you mentioned, its structural properties. I mean, aside from aesthetics, but the structural properties of it, and the fact that it could be prefabricated, and sort of build this box really quickly and be able to stack them up like this. I guess because of the rigidity of it, and sort of I was dealing with these boxes. I'm trying to put these boxes together. That was sort of the formal strategy. I wanted to create something that had a really strict, I guess, placement of things. Everything seems to be in the same proportion, the same placement, but with slight changes to things like the facade, or some of them being subtracted to create, those little spaces, those pockets of spaces.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's tough because CLTs are really, like, I coordinated the CLT studio this semester at USC, and one of the challenges we gave the students was, okay, every CLT building looks kind of like a post and beam steel international style building. Mm-hmm. And so how do we begin to challenge that? It doesn't mean that, oh, we have to do something crazy formally for form's sake, but it's how do we challenge the technology? And I'm sort of curious, and I don't want to hog the commenting time, so maybe if there's time, you can answer this later, but I just want to plant this idea that, you're using an innovative technology that is time saving, but it also allows you, the architect, to challenge our notions on what these types of spaces look like, feel like, and perform like. So I would just take that keep that in mind as you move forward with your research and design. But it's a nice project to start out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mark, I was going to kind of pick up on what John was saying in terms of asking a question. Like, I think it's a beautiful project. I appreciate what the framework is doing along with the modules, but you kind of got a double structure in a way. You've got this whole, and I assume that's a steel frame?
No, everything is heavy timber or CLT.
Okay, right. So those are just a heavy timber column and beam structure with modules set in. Okay, so you've created a kind of very porous building out of a modular building, which tends to happen with modular is that each module requires the module underneath it to support it.
Right.
And you have these open spaces that kind of slice through some of the floors. And I think I may have missed it, but what's happening at the very top? Because the framework extends up, the modules seem to end. Is there a programmatic thing that's happening up there that I missed?
Up there it would sort of just be a rooftop balcony type of thing for the residents, and kind of to touch on the double structure thing. Like you mentioned, some of the modules are subtracted. So this double frame would have some sort of structure underneath at the spots where one was subtracted to start supporting the ones above. If that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, I could see that. And, you know, one of the things with creating an environment for children to play, you know, the outdoor area, is it covered? Am I reading? Did I see that in the section where it's kind of a tall 2-story space, the kind of children's play area, but is it then get covered, or is there access
Do
to
you mean on the
natural
ground
light?
floor?
Yeah, the ground floor space.
So it's a courtyard open to above, so it's not covered.
Okay, so that other section is taken next to it where there's
Right.
So, you know, going to, you know, the practical problem of the number of people that don't have a house, don't have a place to live. One of the things in your plans, it seems like there are very few units per floor. And it's, I don't know what the total number is, but it's for the size of the building. It's not necessarily providing a whole lot of homes. Was there I guess you each developed your own program. So can you tell us, like, I don't know if you mentioned how many?
Yeah, so total 28 units. You're right. As John mentioned about the SRO units, which tend to be for sort of single person living. Those are really tiny. So I was trying to do something where I would take maybe the size of one of those or two of those and kind of combine them to make a slightly larger unit for a family. So that's the reason I was able to fit less units, but yeah, 28 total.
Yeah. So I think, you know, it's always, you know, in working on a place where people are going to live, you want to create not only a place where someone can have a bed, but a place where there's people can get together, where there's communities, different scales of groups can gather and all that kind of thing. And I can see that, you know, all through your plans at different levels, there are places for people to gather. But when it comes down to reality, they would probably be looking to do a much denser project or many more units. But it was a great study in terms of the creating this place where people live, a place with more public type program with the childcare area, and creating these other spaces where people can gather. And I'll pass it on.
Well, Mark, I really enjoyed the project, like the other guest reviewers. It's a really beautiful project that comes together in many ways, and I think some of the things that I really appreciate is that you know, in terms of how you've curated the program, I think it's really nice, and paying attention to, you know, the needs of actually childcare, for example. And you know, even I think that there are a lot of families that really don't have that luxury of how do I, you know, and you even mentioned the personal story that you had encountered, and I thought that was really great on your part. I like a lot of things about this, how the studio is put together, and thinking about collaborators, for example. So when you go into the real world, you will know that, you know, a lot of the great decisions that are made about program are not made by, you know, you by yourself, but by really paying attention to and being super observant about your community and community needs. So really pleased with that. I also think that formally, it's an interesting strategy. It's very playful. You know, you call them blocks, and I think of toy blocks right away. And you've got a nice vignette there that where I even see, like, they're big toy blocks that you can build out of and sit on, and children are building things. So it's almost like, you know, your idea for a building is actually played out in scenarios, so of users, and I think that's kind of that's really fun. I think that you know, in terms of you know, the structure, it's a little bit ambiguous to me, and I think probably maybe John was pointing that out as well. I have to say I'm not a practicing architect, rather I'm more from the field of history and theory, perhaps a bit like Sarah Hearn. But I was a little bit confused as to whether it was a frame that then, you know, supported independently the modules, so that it wasn't like the modules are stacked and supporting each other, which means that the arrangements are a lot, you know, more fixed. I mean, in the post-war period, probably from your history class, I mean, there was the fantasy of, you know, having modularity, and you have cranes that can move things around. Again, that was pretty much a fantasy. But having said that, I really do like other moments where I like how your screen is working, and it's just like a little slot there, and that slot is really nice to have that porosity that you spoke about. Because luckily you're in California, I'm in Nebraska. I'd love to have like a porous building where a lot of the circulation is really outdoors, you know, 365 days of the year. And so I do like that gesture of that screen, of this space, and the space being something kind of like where people kind of, you know, not only circulate, but also pass each other, you know, say hello to each other. There is that sense of community that you're bringing in. There was the question of how much, I was trying to find your other floors, and I was thinking, gosh, you know, we've got a lot of really nice open spaces here. So probably not something that you would think of in terms of, and you mentioned it, in terms of, you know, the density that one would probably need. But having something like that slot with the screen pulled away can be so effective, I think. And then I guess I think I had one final comment, but now I can't remember it. But really good job all around, Mark.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Oh, well, since I'll jump back in here and finish my thought about the CLT systems. So I think, are you interested in this as a technology? Is it something that you?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we were tasked with researching something, and I thought that might have been something interesting. So like you said, it is really a new innovation, not really used in North America that often yet.
No, it is. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, if you talk to Mike Romanowski at Woodworks, I mean, it's like if you're on the West Coast, it's the system. If you have a developer who wants to save time with a project, especially in the Pacific Northwest, where they're not having to rely on trucking so much as far as they do down here, because all the mills are up in Canada and BC, and then there are a few on the West Coast and in Idaho. But I think what I'm getting at here is that as you could look at this project a little differently if you want to continue your research for like a competition or something like that. And it might be to look at first Type 4, you know, CLT as a construction system. You know, how do we begin to challenge that aesthetic, as I brought up, but then also, you know, the idea that Sarah touched on with the kind of history within architecture. If you go back to Archigram, which I think she was alluding to in her comments, and if you look at a contemporary firm like Lotec, sort of reinterpreting the shipping container, you know, I think you could probably develop a pretty interesting critical approach to challenging, on one hand, the sort of late imprint of the international style on contemporary architecture, and then also the kind of psychology of and portability of the shipping container as it impacts the homeless. Because if you've been reading the papers and whatnot, LA Times, you'll see there's a lot right now, a lot of new projects that have opened that are temporary housing, transitional housing for the homeless. Some by, Lorcan Hilly has one that's opening up. There have been several that have gone online since the pandemic started. Some are tiny houses, some are, shipping container type projects. Right. So you might look into that, because I think it's a sort of right project for more investigation that you could easily spin into like a pretty good competition entry at some point. But I think right now my one criticism would be it seems to lack a critical edge. And I think what I was sort of feeding you a little bit was some possible avenues if you're still interested in developing the project further.
I think following on, possibly taking the conversation back to Sarah, and maybe slightly away from the question of structure. Thanks for it's a really thoughtful project you've put together, and in a way, I was sort of struck by the visual kind of the presentation and the way you've put together your images. It has some of the lightness, at least as it's showing the way you're showing the building at the moment of, say, some of Lacaton and Bassal's, like the Bordeaux public housing project. But what they have sort of achieved there, which is to sort of that the architecture becomes very much a background element to the lives of the people who live in the different apartments. I wondered if there wouldn't be more potential in your presentation to start to, in more detail, think about, say, the communal spaces and what actually happens in them there. For instance, you have a formal childcare space downstairs, but I would imagine that if there is community spaces happening, then there could also be more, informal chances for families to, say, provide childcare for each other on the same floor, and some of these other sort of more informal programs just to take place in those spaces. So thinking a bit more about what actually happens in those spaces, and even being able to show that in a way in the images. And similarly, just as a sort of larger question, what the model of domesticity is in the project, what it means to sort of think about these family units, and how do they relate to the communal spaces? Are there any programs in the communal spaces that shift the dynamic of the apartment, the domesticity in the apartments? So I think some of these kind of questions, when I think of Lacaton and Vassal and what they're doing with those projects in terms of sort of not allowing the architecture to domineer the life of the person who lives in it, but actually allowing it to just be a sort of a backdrop in a way, and just sort of bring forward the potential of someone to inhabit that space in different ways. And that can be something, I just wanted to sort of, the final point is, I think that can be something that comes through a bit more in your drawings and collages and things like that, images as well.
I agree with Sarah. It's really a beautiful project, Mark, and I really like the programmatic element of the child care and the story of the young woman that you told. And I think that as designers, we should have a better take on human behavior and how people gather, if they gather, and to provide a big rectangular space of a certain height doesn't necessarily guarantee that people will come together in order to form community. We have to nudge them a bit more with our scale and proportion and materials. And maybe as you continue to think about these spaces that you've provided for residents to come together, you could start to investigate why people come together in those sort of public domestic spaces. And if they do, especially with this demographic, people who have maybe experiencing
the trauma of having been houseless, who require a certain amount of privacy and safety, and who may be reluctant to just hang out with strangers, right? And so maybe you could delve deeper into her story as a young mother with children, to try to understand how those community spaces could be more modulated for those behaviors. Does that make sense?
Yeah, definitely. That's an excellent point.
Okay, well, thank you, Mark.
Thank you, guys.
Nicely done. All right, so we have Antoinette is next. And I think you can take it over, moderate. You're on top of it. I can do full screen.
There you go. All
Good to go.
right, thank you all for coming. My name is Antoinette Shapiro. This project is entitled Spaces of Service. Imagine walking down the street in downtown LA. There, sitting on the corner, is a man in a crumpled up coat with a sign saying he'll work for food or anything helps. It's an all too familiar image that we've all become accustomed to. As the chronically homeless population of LA is pushed more and more towards Skid Row, it's become a place stereotyped by homelessness and drug addiction. This project adaptively reuses the ground floor of an existing warehouse, and this area will be left completely open to serve as a shelter and soup kitchen, allowing the occupants to populate the area organically and use the project as they see fit. Above this will be a new structure, which will house a rehab, which will be run by monks, who will also cater to those in the shelter below. The top portion of the project will house the monks and those in the rehab program. The introducing monks to the area made a lot of sense to me because monks, specifically Franciscans, have historically and to this day dedicate themselves to serving those most in need, and introducing those in need of a rehab to a very structured monastic life kind of supplies them with that structure and rigor necessary to kind of work through their issues. Culturally, the goal of the project is to create a place of sanctuary and healing with the companionship and structure necessary for someone to feel comfortable and able to kind of work through their issues. Architecturally, the project achieves this by creating a likeness to the city on the hill. The project also explores the dichotomy between old and new, literally in the juxtaposition between the existing warehouse and the new structure, but then also in the representational sense in the use of ancient monastic life to address a contemporary and growing issue of homelessness in city centers. The project is located on 7th Street between Town and Crocker, and is comprised of the existing warehouse with the shelter and supportive services, 2 levels of rehab, and 4 levels of housing above that. The stretched and warped gabled roofs of the project reference back to the work of architect Robert Venturi, serving as what he would call a decorated shed, not in any literal sense as a representational tool of a rehab or a house of religion, but as a symbol of stability and safety. This stoic approach stands in contrast to Venturi's ironic and critical approach to the use of referential forms. This is an example of how postmodernism has developed since the 1970s and can be used to address contemporary issues. The postmodern forms of the project ask questions like, what forms create a safe and stable environment for people, and how can architecture enable individuals to be seen? The placement of the project in the middle of Skid Row creates the opportunity for the monks to form individual relationships with the occupants of Skid Row, and thereby introducing them to the rehab program. While in this program, those in treatment will be introduced to the structure of monastic life, but then also be surrounded by people who understand their daily struggle. So it enables them to value themselves as an individual, and then also understand their responsibilities as part of a community. So I developed the massing as kind of like a village, as a series of fragments rather than as one whole. so that it would be as approachable as possible from the street level. I then further broke apart these masses by creating these slits in the roof, which would create light-filled and joyful environments on the interior of the project. As I mentioned, the ground floor is left completely open, allowing the project to be as porous as possible and allowing everyone to kind of come in and use the space as they need it to function. The back of house programs are arranged in a bar, and there are 3 large staircases, creating a directional and visual connection between this ground floor and the rehab program above. A small chapel sits to the side, creating a quiet moment of sanctuary. And for anyone who doesn't feel completely safe out in the open warehouse, they can come in here. So it offers another level of security for them. The new structure is elevated above the old, creating a clear delineation between old and new. This allows for a space to form where those in treatment and the monks can focus on themselves, but still have a visual and auditorial relationship to the city. The rehab floors were arranged as a series of fragments in a field. So there's some the very structured programmed spaces, such as areas for group work or individual work, and the refectory on the side. But then everything in between was left as flexible space to encourage organic meeting between the occupants. The covered portions of the deck also form a cloister, enabling the monks to go about their kind of ritualistic acts and creating space for those in rehab to focus on self-reflection. The second floor of the rehab is kind of developed on that same mentality of fragments or objects in a field, but is geared towards more individual work, study space. The refectory is an important part of any monastery. This is kind of the heart of the community, and it's where people come together, it's where they eat, and it's where their daily tasks are assigned. This space is extra important in this setting because this is where those in treatment are charged to become part of the community. They're given responsibilities, which encourages the idea that they are seen and they are part of something greater than themselves. The housing levels are arranged around communal areas and offer private spaces for each individual user. In between each of the kind of pieces of the plan are decks that create outdoor environments for the occupants to use on this floor. And then as the building goes more vertically, these become voids, encouraging the fragmentation of the plan. The communal spaces of the housing part I purposely designed these to be open and light-filled to really create this joyous environment for people to focus on the positive journey they are on. This creates space for individual study or for kind of communal gathering. The structure was left exposed and wood was used as a finish to really emphasize this warm and structured environment, to really emphasize the stability of the entire program. The units were designed to be very regular, so that there would be no one would feel more than or less than another, but would also allow space for individual activities like yoga or reading. The structure again was left exposed to emphasize that stability, and this was accomplished by kind of taking the beams and shifting them over in the housing levels so that they would be exposed within the units. Wood was also used as the exterior finish of the project to express the nature of the structure. In section, I was really thinking about the project as a diagram from public to private. So the ground floor is left completely open and kind of encouraging this flow of people. And then the rehab levels have more structured elements to them with more flexible space in between. And then the housing levels become much more regimented and structured. But then the gabled roofs at the top of the project enable for more flexibility in program. The use of one material on the exterior of the building allows the collective to read as a whole, while the fragments in between, the spaces in between, encourage the fragmentation of the massing. Using wood also builds on the long history of wood construction while expressing the new developments that have come in wood technology recently, especially with CLT and heavy timber construction. The wood also stands in sharp contrast to the brick of the existing warehouse and the concrete of the surrounding environment. The representation of the project as a city of the hill on a hill could be critiqued as almost nonsensical in this setting because the occupants around it have been so far removed from the idea of a home for so long. Even at its conception, the city on a hill was an ideal, not a reality. And now it's a historic image that has gone through so many representations and filters over time that its meaning has become convoluted and possibly lost. But I'm not so sure that's a bad thing. Through my research, it was one of the questions I was asking was, how can a community inform a design? So as one meaning is lost to time, it leaves space for people around it to develop their own understanding of the project and project their own meaning, allowing the project to continually develop and change with time. By exploring the dichotomy between old and new, this project creates spaces of service that stand in service to the occupants of Skid Row. Thank you.
So Antoinette, is it only for men?
This setting would be, and that was mainly because there's the monastic part of it, but then also to this time, the largest percentage of homeless individuals still are men. And people especially who are dealing with addiction have a harder time kind of controlling themselves. So I didn't want to put it in a setting where you would have this extra level of, within the rehab itself. I wanted it to be a very structured and safe environment. So I think it would have kind of overcomplicated the issue to try and make it for men and women.
Mm-hmm. So you described that kind of ground space as really open for people to behave and interact organically. And as we elevate up the building, the spaces become much more controlled in their architecture and design, and the behavior is more controlled.
Yes, so that ground floor would be for everyone.
Okay, so what if you thought about the reverse of that? Because in the more private spaces where these men would be housed, having their own space, a space to call their own, which is almost the individual units are quite tight and a little bit cell-like. What if that was reversed? What if that freedom of movement and more organically arranged spaces were happening on the more private levels and the regimen more on the ground level? Why did you choose to tighten it up as we rise as opposed to the opposite?
That related back to the marriage of the program of the monastery and the rehab. So it was really, yes, it's housing everyone, the people who are using it, but it's also, in order for it to be a successful rehab in the case studies I was looking at, there needs to be regiment within the program. So I was reflecting that within the architecture as well.
So the program of rehabilitation supersedes kind of personalized or individual domesticity. Is that what you're saying?
In this setting, yes. So they have that kind of small area that they can kind of make their own in the individual rooms, but the focus was more on the rehabilitation in the program.
Okay. And so then my next question is, what do you visualize actually people doing on that ground level? It looks like on the plan that you have that they can bring tents in or whatever. What's that really going to be like?
So I kind of had two ideas of what it would be like. The first one that I had developed earlier was kind of this more, I don't know, clean environment where it would be kind of this soup kitchen and bathing facilities and social services. But I think that's kind of denying a reality in a way. And so I wanted it to serve as an extension of a street. And there, I mean, like the monks would be in this area as well. So there would be an element of kind of not authority, but kind of people watching over the area. But really, I wanted people to feel safe and being able to bring in their belongings so they weren't just on the street. There was at least a roof over their heads.
I like that part of the ground floor. I mean, it's like a shelter from the storm a little bit, where their existing behaviors may continue. It's almost like a clearinghouse, so they can bring their belongings with them and continue to live like they do, but at least they're a little bit safer and sheltered underneath that. I also really love the chapel on that level as well as a refuge for solace. Before the housing situation got really, really bad, the churches downtown, most of which don't exist anymore, were places of refuge for people, whether they were houseless or not, mostly Catholic churches. So I really like this program, especially on the ground level. I would like to see it be even larger, almost like the main program on the ground level, for the variety of activities of solace that come from an open chapel or church. But I think it's a really well done project, very interesting, and I like the playfulness of the upper floors and the reference to the gable archetype of home. Well done.
Thank you very much.
So Antoinette, I agree with what Nina was saying in terms of the really kind of well done project, and wanted to ask you about something. So I think it's really interesting to have this first floor covered space that's in your project, which really is a public plaza. This is a public space as much as the street is or any other space in the city. And so it seems that that this is the space where, you know, automatically, as soon as you have it be open, it is the place of that's most public, of least control.
Yeah.
What I wonder, as you move up into the building, you have two different groups of people. Basically, you have the monks, and then you have the formerly houseless people that are coming to live here, and they have, you know, there are in their lives, in their daily lives, there are places where they cross, but there seems like there are also places where they want to go separately. Like the monks will need to continue their life practice beyond the service to the residents, and then the residents needing a place where they can feel like is theirs and their home. So was there an idea about how, once you go up into this building, how those two different lives can be intermingled and separate, or are they always intermingled?
I think so. My primary focus was that there would be a continual intermingling, so that there would be this kind of ever-present structure and schedule to the to those in treatment, their life. But then I did want to give them that kind of small reprieve or respite. So that would kind of why they have, each one has a private room. But then I also think there's flexibility within kind of the schedule of it. You know, this is not something that you would have to be Catholic to be in, or you would, you know, have to follow. There's a schedule to life, but you know, if it's prayer time, you don't have to be praying. It's just kind of that idea of supplying a time for self-reflection. So I think there's a little bit of flexibility within it for each occupant to use the program for what they need it to be, but it was primarily geared towards creating this structure for everyone to exist in.
So I think it would be interesting, you know, if you look at history of monasteries, and I was interested in them for a while and visited a bunch of them in Italy. So So there's always a public aspect to it, and there is the church, the chapel, that is a public space, and there's some public spaces that anyone can come to, and then there's the private world of the monks. And then sometimes within the private world of the monks, they have not only their room, but they have a little outdoor space depending on the monastery and setting. But I think what would be interesting is to be able to have two lives going on that have a place to cross and a place to be separate. And I think you have probably that opportunity to do that within this. We don't have to, try to solve that anyway, but I think that would be a next step if you wanted to continue. It would be to look at how the lives could operate in both of those ways. But in terms of the project and the design, I like the idea of the creating this imagery of and forms that are reminiscent of home, and that you're creating home for people. It's an interesting idea. My first reaction when you talked about the house on the hill separated from the building below, and in your section, it's just barely floating above it structurally, but there's no visual separation. If you're down in the street, you don't, obviously they look very different. So it would look like one is on top of the other, but there's not a sense of a separation of the two besides materiality and form. So I don't know that would necessarily help to have the gap there, but to see the space in between, and maybe there's even a different kind of program that goes in between the two. That's this kind of semi-public program.
So kind of almost adding a level in between.
As an idea, just because you mentioned the idea of that separation, which made me start seeing, having visions of what that could be.
Antoinette, I just have a question. I think that this is, beautifully presented. I have a question and then maybe a follow-up, but is this a treatment center or is there permanent housing here?
Primarily a treatment center. So the idea would be for them to kind of figure out how to regularize their life and then be moving on to housing after that.
Yeah, so I think that's what I was wondering. And I was sort of thinking about other models, historical models of, say, worker housing, where there's a very strict idea of there's something that's making me slightly uncomfortable about this, to be completely honest, but I think it's somewhat answered by the fact that this is a treatment place where someone's going to, is making a choice to sort of participate in this highly scheduled and frankly disciplined, architectural kind of design, both on the way that they are able to live and move around freely. And, so I think I was thinking about, say, worker housing, historical models of worker housing, where maybe someone is managed in the way that they live. And this is a slightly different model where you're sort of proposing that it's not necessarily that the individual is being surveilled in that way, but there's almost like a sort of passive, the way you're describing it is almost like a passive management, because the Franciscan monks are very disciplined in their lifestyle, and somehow that will, rub off because you're existing in the same space and along the same schedule. But I suppose it does make me a little bit, I guess I have a few questions about that. And one would be how intrinsic the question of schedules is to the architecture. Because I think on the one level, I actually think, formally this is quite a beautiful scheme. And I think that there is the potential that you are allowing for separation and overlap and that sort of thing. But my question would be, how intrinsic do you think programming is to the architecture, and in the way that the spaces are scheduled? Could they be unscheduled, for instance? Is there the potential that these things operate without some kind of regime of how you live?
I think the spaces supply enough flexibility to do that. I think the need for a schedule comes from the program primarily. And that came from kind of my research into rehabs. And there are kind of case studies that are rehabs with monks in them, or like run by monks. And the success of them comes from that regimen and that schedule. So if it just existed as architecture, I think there could still be success and use from it. But I think this specific program really flourishes in the use of the schedule.
Yeah, I think, it's an interesting project. I was a little having a hard time getting on board with a house on the hill concept, shining city on the hill. Thinking about Bruce Springsteen mansion on the hill. But nevertheless, I think that what I find interesting is that as I looked at your drawings, which are really well done, I was sort of a little more convinced about the formal aspects of the project. And I think that what maybe is the only area I could see for improvement on it is a sectional blending of the different volumes that you've created. So it seems less like a z-axis extrusion. When I looked at the section, it was very predictable, like stacked volumes, no intersecting volumes, no play between programs. Everything was compartmentalized. And I think in some ways that's a little bit of a weak point for me in the project, because you talk about this organic aggregation of these tents and the idea that the homeless want some control and want to develop their living spaces or sleeping spaces, at least the ones that are outside, organically. And I think that you run up against two problems there. One, in the projects that have been developed in the city to house the homeless, and similar ones here in California, there is actually an order set down to it to keep it from becoming too much of a jumble. Because I think what we found out when we look at these projects is that, or when city officials look at these projects, they look at them in the same through the same filter as with an architectural project, architecture with capital A, building, right? So, for example, you have your tents all scattered around. Well, if you look at the existing case study projects that are available here in Los Angeles and in California, you'll find that, they too have to follow, boring frameworks such as the fire code, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so you'll never see an organic aggregation of tents occur. They have to be set out on a grid. They're territorialized. And I think in some ways, what I like about your project is you kind of challenge that aspect, which we could debate here for a while as to whether it's good or bad from a pragmatic standpoint. But I think, what you really could begin to do is take that organic idea and transmit it to the sectional development of the project so that it begins to get more complex and challenges even the notion of time and schedule with regard to your research and the operations of a monastery. And I think that might be a pretty interesting sort of subtext to the project, because then it's not a direct translation necessarily, but it begins to take a little bit of the way that the homeless community has sort of developed and prefers to occupy the urban landscape, and then fuses it or puts it in juxtaposition against the sort of monastery or monastic rigor or sort of rigorous lifestyle of staying by this schedule. Because you could still argue that your project is helping addicts by giving them this structure in their lives, but you could also create this idea that there's some, and I'm sorry for the word, I don't mean it to sound derogatory, but some contamination from the homeless community into that rigorous, hundreds of year old structure. And the new thing that grows out of it, which is positive, right, is a hybrid, and a hybrid that actually maybe challenges a lot of our notions about what assisted housing for the homeless and addicted can be. That might be interesting because it's a really great project. I like the adaptive reuse component. There, maybe if you'd had more time, it might have been interesting to investigate how the existing building can be sort of virally, challenged, and your project begins to burst out of it in maybe more aggressive ways. But I think it's nice you sort of at least tried to sort of work with the existing framework of the warehouse. So it's a nicely drawn project.
Thank you. That's a really interesting point.
A last comment, Sarah DeYoung.
Yes, I think it's a beautiful project as well, and the drawings are just really quite beautiful. So carefully drawn, the detail, an understanding of dimension, an understanding of the furniture layouts, and an understanding of even kind of like materiality, how we read space. I think the plans are three-dimensional to me, so there's a lot to applaud here. I think that I had like two initial reactions. One, so similar to the previous comments, like I wasn't sure what to think of the house on the hill, like this, when you think of monks, and I was trying to think about my own experience, growing up, but being my experiences has been going to temples more so than let's say places where for monks. And so with that, I mean, I really kind of, there on the one hand, when you go to these places, and for me it's a temple, it is very otherworldly. It is, they're incredible. It's like you leave, it's almost you go into a gate and you leave the urban life, you leave it, and you're in this other world. It's a highly regimented, highly scheduled world, with very daily activities, and revolving around work, revolving around service, and so I wasn't sure, how to respond to that, like that image of the kind of like the the housing on the top two levels. And so I wasn't sure how to respond. So I'm totally not landing on a side here. And the other part of it that I wasn't like 100% sure of was the that separation that you have, because on the ground floor it seems, other than the chapel, everything on that ground floor is really open. It's like an open flex space. Mm-hmm. So it's already setting up that kind of, again, here's the everyday life, here's the street, and then if you're allowed to go up to the upper levels, like beyond the adaptable reuse part, then you're in that kind of like otherworldly realm, which you have relegated to 2 floors to the treatment center or rehabilitation, and then so I was wondering whether, it would be nice to hear from you what motivated that decision more, and especially since you ended with your last, I think, your last statement was something to the effect that, you really wanted to have the program, how the users, how people inhabit space, understanding the world of the Franciscan monks, and really having that kind of like inform the design. So from that kind of position, which I think is a really great and interesting position, I'd love to see a more deliberate kind of answer to what would happen on that ground floor, And is it a good decision actually then to have that separation other than that chapel, which I'm not quite sure why the chapel is necessarily down there. But you know, having that separation between the top and then versus the lower part. And then just kind of like reiterating an earlier comment, which is that that you know the monks have their own, probably their own private lives, and then you know really understanding where does that mix come, like where does you know the monks' lives intersect with you know the community that they're serving, which in this case you know you have clearly identified. So where are those moments that they intersect in such a deliberate way? I'd like to see because that maybe will begin to answer my first question, my initial question about, you know, right now I'm trying to understand, you know, is it like the monks, the otherworldly, where do they you know, where do they meet? And the two moments that I see are, you know, that are really interesting to me are like, you know, one is the refectory. So is the refectory for the monks, or is this the refectory or a place where everybody comes together? That it's not just for the monks. And then similarly, maybe with the chapel, like I'm trying to, like, you know, one precedent, you know, that's, you know, easily at the back of my mind is of course La Tourette, which was for the Dominicans. And you know that you know the arrangement. I mean, they didn't have a rehabilitation center in that, but you know it's very clear that where the chapel is in relation to, you know, where all the sleeping quarters versus the refectory, there's a real I think coherence and logic to that. And so I think that for me it's like, Antoinette, I know you've done a lot of research here, and so I'm just thinking you probably have that answer for me, and just make sure that you're clearly arguing that position, and you know so much more about probably right, because you've been doing this for, is it 2 semesters, Sarah, or is it 1 semester? I didn't catch that at the very beginning, how it's set up.
Well, in the fall, they just sort of start to think about site and program, but we're going to have to move on because otherwise the next student's going to get a short review, which is not fair to her. But I can have Antoinette email you her answer.
It's a wonderful project, Antoinette.
All right, Sophia, we gotta, yeah, we're gonna go a little long. So.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sophia Lee. Thank you so much for being here today. Adversity and hardships are some of the biggest contributors to developing a strong character. One of the biggest challenges in my life was adapting to the new family dynamic of living with a single parent. Single parents and their children have to overcome many difficulties in order to establish a new routine. And along the path to building new patterns, sometimes one of the greatest obstacles are mental health hurdles. This project provides housing for single parents that have undergone different turmoils within the family, such as drug addiction, death, divorce, and more. An adjoining mental health clinic will be provided to support these families and help them work through their mental health issues. My own experiences with adjusting to living with a single parent is just one example of someone who could live here. The goal of this project is to create a safe space for its users. Formally, it's organized into a plinth with 2 courtyard spaces for the mental health clinic and 2 towers of housing above. The mental health clinic and the 2 courtyard spaces are separated from the street by a thick inhabited wall to allow its users to receive treatment and socialize in an outdoor space free from external distractions. My project also makes use of the iconography of the gable as a symbol of home. The gable amplifies this idea of safety and is a non-structural element that reflects the postmodern tendencies of the project. Within the mental health clinic, the gable is used to define a variety of entrance points within the wall, and throughout the housing portion of the project, the gable is used more playfully to define different functions and representations of a home. My project is located in Skid Row and has a street presence on Gladys Avenue. Throughout my site research, one of the most prominent issues was the homeless community in the area. To further integrate my project into the site, I decided to make the mental health clinic an available resource to the local neighborhood. In developing the form of my project, I began with a single extrusion and then carved out 2 courtyards to provide outdoor space for the mental health clinic. The front portion of the project steps down to allow natural light to fill the courtyard spaces and the towers. Programmatically, this project is split up into 2 parts with a mental health clinic on the ground floor and 2 towers of housing above. Although this project is split up into 2 different programs, I wanted to maintain the singularity of the form to reflect how the 2 programs work in conjunction with one another. Throughout the project, there are a variety of different gable-shaped carvings used. They're used to define the different entrance points within the wall, balcony spaces for the units, viewpoints, and a number of community spaces. The gable serves as a symbol of home and is used as a spatial device to frame the quality of the interior spaces. It provides a threshold from the exterior, as each of the rooms is framed with the gable to serve as its own program within the entirety of the project. This allows the project to read as a singular form from the exterior and a collection of frame moments on the interior. To further integrate my project into the site, I started to analyze some of the surrounding programs. One of these being the Hippie Kitchen, which is a soup kitchen for the community of Skid Row. Next to the soup kitchen is an outdoor garden, and a little further down the street is Gladys Park. These 2 existing outdoor spaces provide moments of tranquility and physical activity for the community. The community entrance into my project is an extension of the Hippie Kitchen garden, leading the users into a large courtyard with surrounding mental health services. The next entrance is off of Gladys Avenue, leading the user into a smaller courtyard with additional mental health services. Within the ground floor, the users are able to circulate throughout the entirety of the project to utilize all the different coping mechanisms provided by the mental health clinic. I've also included a number of storage spaces and showers for the homeless community to provide them with a space to store their belongings. Surrounding the larger courtyard are the more group therapy-centered spaces, and surrounding the smaller courtyard are the more private therapy rooms. Additionally, towards the back of the site are the residential services. Within the enclosing wall, the group therapy rooms occupy the space, separating the courtyard from the street to create a private outdoor space for its users. The next floors above contain the housing for the families. I've also decided to include a few different amenity spaces, one of these being a kid-free zone to allow parents to just take a break from their kids and interact with other parents. And on the 3rd floor, there is the Children's Daycare Center. There are 2 different types of units within my project, the first one being a 2-bedroom flat with an additional room that could be utilized as an office space, a playroom, or whatever the family sees fit. The kitchen, living, and dining services are located in the center of the unit and open up into its own private balcony. Within the unit, the gable frames the entrance as well as different moments within the home where memories are created or sentimental items can be stored. The second unit type is a 2-bedroom, 2-story unit with kitchen, living, and dining services on the ground floor, also opening up into its own private balcony and bedroom spaces above. This unit also utilizes the use of the gable throughout the unit to frame different moments within the home. The materiality is also expressed in a similar manner to define different spaces within the home. In contrast to the more playful interior, the exterior is clad with precast concrete panels and tight connections to allow the facade to read as a continuous thick wall. This sets the framework for the diversity of families living within. The first section shows the relationship between the courtyard and the residential towers. The balcony spaces within the unit open up and look into the courtyard spaces for a constant interaction between the 2 programs. This next section reveals more of the quality of the interior spaces of the mental health clinic and the residential towers. The use of the gable serves as a symbol of home, and the poche space allows for an acoustic barrier between the programs as well as utility space. From the street, the project reads as a wall, expressing a solid nature to create a defined sense of security for its users. A variety of different gable-shaped carvings are used, and voids reflect the different balconies and viewpoints, while larger shapes create a threshold into the project. There are 2 different types of gable-shaped carvings used for the balconies, and in special instances where the same unit type stacks in section, a larger void is reflected on the facade. This new program of a mental health clinic and housing for single parents
provides families and the community of Skid Row the opportunity to improve one's mental health, as well as improving one's family dynamic. Having access to housing with the convenience of social services allows these families to establish themselves by giving them the tools necessary to create a stable life. Thank you.
So I'll jump in here. I was looking at your sections before I committed to the link that I posted in the chat. But I posted the link to Jonathan Markley's house, which is one of the more recent iterations of taking a figure and boulening it or extruding it or trimming it and turning it into the kind of operational language of the project. And you opted to take the icon of the house, the pitched gable roof, which I'm sort of, I'll throw this one out for the history theory part of our jury to see what they think. But I think that you have to kind of come to the project with a more complex read of the figure. It can't just be a two-dimensional extrusion in one direction. Like, I'm wondering if you've thought at all about, in the modeling sequence of the project where you're experimenting in section and with these subtractive and additive operations, if you've thought about beginning to rotate that figure so that as it's extruded through the project, it's no longer operating in the X or the Y, but is starting to operate in X, Y, and Z simultaneously, so that the section of the project actually becomes more complex. And the reason for that is when you start to do that, your operational strategy will inform how you look at program. It will actually challenge whether or not you want to compartmentalize every component of the program, or whether or not you want to have things blend, or whether or not certain programs or volumes of programs, even if they are still compartmentalized, can share the same space as figures, right? As completely autonomous objects within a larger space. It's created by the sections of these iconic kind of gable roof house. So I think that would be my criticism, just looking at the section itself. It does seem a little simplistic in the way that you've utilized it in the project. I think the project's quite beautiful, by the way. I just am not convinced by the strategy that you used as your primary operation. I think it, with the skills that you've got, just looking at everything you've done, you owe it to yourself to challenge that operational method and take it into the next level, so that you get something that sectionally is much more complex. It's similar to the criticism I had for the last project, which was also beautifully done. It's like, if you're doing this really well, take it to the next level and really figure out if you can't destabilize your reading of what you've decided to use as your operational strategy, because then you find new things through that exploration. They might not work, but then at least you're trying to sort of challenge the archetype, because I could very quickly say, hey, this isn't house today. House can be a box, it can be a salt box, it can be a Daniel Libeskind box, it can be anything, right? So you really have to step away from the postmodernist idea of figure as Monopoly House and maybe take it to a different level, I think. So. but it's a beautifully done project. So I'm just, because it's done so well, I'm looking with a magnifying glass to find the things that might be improved.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think that'd be something interesting to explore. Just seeing different ways that I could represent the home. But I think the primary reason that I really wanted to stick to the gable is because the users that I was focusing on, these single parents or these families that have gone through so much, they're not, I guess, accustomed to having the stability in their life, and just sticking to what everyone knows as the iconic home, and using this repetitively throughout the project. That is something that I really wanted to do to make sure that the users would feel really safe and comfortable in this environment. But I do think it would be really interesting to explore what other symbols I could use to define home for these users.
Well, what I'm trying to get you to do is to get away from the symbol, right? And it's like trying to get you to start with it, right, as the kernel, and then through your three-dimensional operations, evolve away from it. So it might start as the traditional, gable roofed house, but then through the operations in section through that X, Y, and Z simultaneously that I'm talking about, where you're rotating that form before extruding, then the finished product no longer bears the resemblance to the origin. And there's a kind of journey there that is process-based that I think would help you create more complexity to the project. As far as the symbology of this representing safety, I don't know. I'm not convinced. I think it's a little bit of a, an assumption that people look at that shape and assume safety and security. I think that if you were in another, in like say, Kazuyo Sejima's Gifu housing project, which if I remember correctly was for single mothers, that project bears no resemblance to any kind of domestic architecture that we would, create symbols for, but yet it has a lot of prescribed comfort to it, both in scale and then of course Japanese culture and the way that the home works. So I don't know. I think you have to challenge your assumptions and ask whether or not they're really what you think they are.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'll have to check out that project.
I think this is a really interesting conversation, which is similar to a conversation I was having with someone the other day about the low-rise housing competition put out by the city of LA. And a lot of the jurors were not architects. I think it depends on your audience. A lot of the jurors who are social workers and housing advocates, so far away from the role of designers, talk a lot about the symbols of domesticity that people react favorably to, and architects typically don't react well to the gable archetype. And I just posted something in the chat because there have been so many artists, designers, and architects who have really played with this gable archetype to really kind of expose it. Michael Jansen is just one example. But it's like, for whom are we designing, right? Who is our audience? And what does the audience associate the gable with? Is it in fact a sense of comfort and safety, or is it just this kind of icon, right? And then of course, as a designer, as John said, it's your job to really interrogate and almost set up kind of a lexicon of rules for how you're going to execute that shape, because it's really a shape. It's not a form. And there's a difference between shape and form, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But I also think that sometimes we have to, as designers of the built environment, remove our own preferences, tastes from these places that we design for other people and put ourselves in their shoes. while maintaining our own design integrity. So I'm not criticizing one way or the other. I just think it's a really interesting conversation.
I can weigh in on that conversation. I agree that it's a pretty interesting one that John, you have raised, and Nina, that you have kind of suggested, a different point of view, and I think that for me, for a project like this, that when you're form is an interesting thing, and the way that we're designing relationships, and it can be very, very powerful. I mean, even the dimensions of things can be very powerful. I noticed that on your plans, for example, the hallways are a lot wider than they're practically, 1/3 the depth of the unit itself, and I thought that was interesting. And for me, I think that I would say that I guess the Johnson Mark Lee project, the house, I mean, it's formally so interesting. They're clearly, making something that's, that formally becomes more complicated. So when you think about a project like this, when you think about, there's, the budget constraints, so many other things that, I'm wondering, does that kind of exploration then become a little bit kind of like, just, more of a self-gratification? I'm more interested in seeing the moments where maybe something odd happens because of the conversation that is being had with how we inhabit the space, or how we are living, or something about the way that the design is trying to address some other kind of, or negotiate some other kind of complication that has to do with, either the program or the site, or even the structure to resolve that. I think that, I would love to see, in terms of this project, like, how might it go further? I think that that you've made really some really nice decisions here. I can see how, the facade is quite playful and animated. And then I was thinking, does it work with those, like, because you've got so much, windowless areas that have no windows. I'm thinking, are they actually working, or is there a real dialogue between, how you've resolved the program and how you've resolved the form? And when I was quickly looking at it, I thought, oh yeah, no, things are working out pretty good. And so, I think that maybe, one could start being really picky, but I think it's interesting that you've got this really interesting kind of like shapes on the facade, pattern that seem to make sense with the interior. So, I mean, I guess I am definitely, Sophia, applauding you there. I would like to, suggest finally that maybe, like, I would love to see, like, that the moment where you make, you devote so much space to, let's say, the width of the corridor, and relative to the area of the living unit, I'm thinking, what are you saying about that? Like, are you saying that, for example, that we should have, we can live in smaller spaces? There is a conversation out there about living more compactly and more densely. There is a conversation about not providing parking around your building, so that we are riding our bicycles more, or we are getting out of our rooms more, right? If it's a certain size, and if it's not too big, then we might move into other spaces more. So I'm really interested in hearing how those kinds of I guess that kind of research then informs your decisions, not only for living, but also for mental health. That was another really interesting curation on your part, choosing mental health, because I mean, there's so much research even on that area for, what is, when we think about mental health and what is the impact of the environment or our everyday environment, how we design it, what does that have to say, or how does that inform the decisions that we all make in terms of design?
Well, I guess kind of maybe to comment on like the topic of mental health, I did a lot of research into like, what the different types of things users would need and the different types of coping mechanisms available, and really researching the site. And it came down to a few things. So it came down to like private therapy rooms where people would have more one-on-one conversations. Also outdoor space for physical activity. So that's really connecting the garden across the street and Gladys Park a little further down. And then more group conversations between all the different types of users. So providing all of those spaces for them surrounding outdoor spaces was something really important to me, just so that everyone would have kind of an option in choosing how they'd want to receive mental health.
Yeah, and I think that, taking that line of thought, like how can you push that even further in a much more even very inventive and, some things, are kind of standard, some things, but though could be, a source of thinking differently and pushing it further, maybe even in terms of materiality, how, light, I mean, just there's so many things that you could touch upon, and possibly even like adding to the conversation in terms of pushing the discourse further, in terms of, the way that you creatively address these issues, could be an incredible source of I think, discovery.
Okay, we have 2 minutes, 3 minutes.
I'm so sorry, Sarah. Talking too long.
I was just struck by the difference between thinking about the treatment of mental health, right, which is what you seem to be focusing on in this scheme, and the kind of perverse idea that, in a way, part of the relief of mental illness could also just be in terms of having to live in the lake capitals, where you can't, you aren't able to access permanent housing, and like all these things that produce mental health. Whereas I think the sort of, what type of quality of life are you providing in the housing? What community is there? What childcare? Like, what are the things that could actually alleviate rather than treat in a certain way? A thing about architecture's potential, not just to treat, but also to think about some of the sort of structural issues, I guess, that that create the context around, because it's, you can be depressed anywhere, I think is sort of the point. This question around architecture's role, but also sort of the broader structural issues that are a little bit harder to sort of touch on. But I think thinking about access to treatment is an interesting way also to kind of think about it here.
So I'll just close with, real quick, just it's a really great project. When I first saw your, beginning in the form of the house, and I was like, oh, this is going to be really difficult to pull off, but I think you did a really great job. There is something about the shape of, the form of the house, the gabled roof, that if you ask a kid to draw a house, they seem to draw that, or at least that's what I've heard. So there's something innately, there's part of us that this house form. So the other aspect of I was thinking about is, when you're creating these kind of large apartment buildings, 8 stories high, big slab, and you want to creating a home for somebody, like from the outside, like, where is my home? What is the sense of home? What would a child's relationship be to a building like this, where there's an actual shape that, they could point to, and it's like, it's that one is my home. Interesting way to look at it. But great job.
Thank you. Thank you for all the comments.
Yeah, thank you so much. And yeah, I think that was a nice way to start off with John's kind of provocation about that, because I think it's true in Nina's response. I think on the I think it is true that we are a little skeptical of it, and then obviously, you know, there's sort of the kind of using the symbolic. I agree. I'm often not a super fan of that, but I think what I liked about this project was particularly the ground floor at the street level, where it starts to break down, and the moments where you combine them and they start to break down in a way where they become kind of abstracted and multiplied in a way that maybe is kind of less direct and less iconographic, and maybe a little bit more interesting on our side. I mean, we also have to, I mean, in a way, the people reviewing the work are not the users, they are other architectural critics, since you're not actually getting this thing built. So there's also us as an audience. But I think that I think the suggestion of kind of maybe the ways of combining those shapes and bullying them and even rotating them, and see where it breaks down so much that it's no longer recognizable, and where it's still kind of there, right? Like maybe it's to the point of it sort of only appears in certain views or something. So I think that would be fun. And you're certainly talented. And she's off to Colombia in a couple months, so she can test it all there. So anyway, thank you, jury. And we are going to leave. I'm sorry to leave you all. You have been great jurors. It's been a fun time hearing your comments. But we will see each other at some other point. So I'm going to stop sharing, and we're going to take off and go to another room. Thank you.
Hi, Sarah.
Hi. Hi, Wendy.
Hi, everyone. How's everyone doing?
Hi, Wendy. Good.
Hi, Wendy.
Hey, Nina. Hi, Sarah. Hi, John. Hi, Sarah D. Hi, Sarah H. Hey, Richard.
Today is the Sarah show.
So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to put our concept board into the chat. If you feel comfortable cruising around there, you can do so at your leisure. We'll do the same thing that Sarah was doing. Will the student present and moderate at the beginning with me sharing the screen, and then they'll stop moderating and you can cruise around in the presentation as we crit and we question. You all will see 2 students from our section today. My internet pooping out. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Okay, I think I pooped out for a second. You guys will see 2 from our section today. We are in a different area of the city than Sarah's section. We are looking at opposite banks of the LA River, just north of Vernon city limit, and just south of the Arts District. So for bearings on the east side of the river is Boyle Heights and the Sears, old Sears building that's to be renovated for housing and retail and restaurants. And on the, that's east side, the west side of the river is a kind of light industrial area, quickly changing into a dynamic kind of arts area. LA Dance Project has their new space on that side. I think you're only seeing projects on the east side of the river today, though. So the students have looked at the nature of those 2 sides of the river. They've also looked at the LA River Master Plan. They've also looked at the LA River Master Plan, which is out for public comments right now. And I think the issues are about the kind of changing nature of the larger system of the LA River and what that will do to Boyle Heights in the future. So for our students, I want to go ahead and introduce the jury briefly. I know Sarah introduced you, but I do want to let our students know who you are. Sarah Hearn is an architectural historian, curator, and educator currently based in LA. Sarah graduated from University of Technology, Sydney, and has practiced at Ateliers Jean Nouvel in Copenhagen and Paris. She's currently completing her doctorate at UCLA. Welcome. Sarah de Jong teaches in the areas of history, theory, and criticism and design studio at the University of Nebraska-Lincoln. She holds an MA from UToronto and a PhD from Princeton. Thank you for coming, Sarah D. Richard Prentice is principal at Architects Collective, specializing in multifamily housing and modular housing in particular in Los Angeles. Thank you, Richard, for being here. John Southern is an architect, builder, and writer with a successful practice in LA with lots of projects and has taught at USC and SciArc. Nice to see you, John. And Nina Briggs is an architect, educator, and activist. She's the founder of the Fabric, a landscape and architecture office in Los Angeles, and she's the current president of the Los Angeles Forum for Architecture and Urban Design. So welcome all. We'll begin with Hannah. Hannah, are you ready?
Hi, everyone.
Okay, I'm going to share,
Okay.
And you can start moderating. Do our critics have any questions before we start?
Okay, I will start.
All right.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Hannah Vianya, and this is my project. My project is a hybrid skill learning facility that includes both indoor and outdoor farming. According to the Department of Economic and Social Affairs, the current pandemic has overturned the decades of progress in fighting poverty and the global crisis. In approaching these real problems, my project aims to create valuable experiences for its users. It also addresses the downtown Los Angeles community plan and its vision to improve access to jobs, open spaces, and services. Located on the west side of the LA River, under the Olympic Boulevard Bridge in downtown LA, the proposed building will be utilized to educate the surrounding community on how to do farming and to provide additional job opportunities around the Los Angeles River area. Not only does the project aim to address the issues brought by the pandemic or the downtown Los Angeles community plan, but the project also acts as an instrument to study the forms of architecture in connection to its function, to question whether the form comes after the specific functions of the programs. In thinking in terms of both spatial and formal qualities, the project started out as a double collection of shapes, which became the distinction between the indoor and outdoor spaces of the building, which we can see in this diagram. This double collection became the unified building that spirals around the site. The main users, and such as the visitors who are interested in learning more about the farming, food shoppers, agriculture students, instructors, and researchers, will arrive at the very north side of the building facing the bridge. This is where they will first experience the marketplace, and from there have the choice to experience the rest of the indoor amenities of the building, such as the learning and office spaces, indoor vertical farming, storage, and classrooms. And they also have the choice to use the outdoor spaces, the outdoor flexible spaces, which are designed for very spontaneous activities that happen, that such as group meetings, agriculture classes, and or just outdoor relaxation. In the plan, we can see how these spaces work hand in hand to support the activities that happen in both the inside and the outside of the building. The indoor and outdoor programs equally influence the form of the building and inform the overall massing of the project. But the massing of the project also informs the assembly of these spaces. Therefore, both forms and function happen simultaneously as the project becomes more developed. Okay. In this section, we can clearly see that the spatial quality. We can clearly see the spatial qualities that these shapes provide. We can also see the sequential qualities that happen between the inside and the outside. The section also reveals the structure of the building, which mainly consists of steel structure and strengthened by the shear walls that go all the way up to the roof. In the elevation, we will see that the building is enveloped with a standing seam facade, which creates a unified structure despite the inherent modular qualities of the project. This creates a modular superstructure that we can see in this axonometric drawing. The indoor and outdoor spaces include systems that will be used by the visitors to learn more about vertical farming, which we can see in this illustrated below. And it comes with a list of various kinds of produce that are efficiently grown in these systems. The indoor and outdoor farm program provides a variety of exciting problems for the project to solve, from the circulation of occupants, the circulation of equipment, such as forklifts and scissor lifts, to the circulation of produce, from the storage to the marketplace. These are just some of the problems that directly affect the creation of forms. But the most important aspects of the project are the spatial qualities that these shapes provide. In this view, we can see that the inside of the vertical farming. This second one shows the marketplace, which also shows the connection to the outside. These last two vignettes are views from the outdoor spaces. These views show that the collection of shapes can create a variety of valuable spaces for the community to use in their endeavor to learn more about farming, to learn the skills that will help them achieve a career that will not only help them reestablish themselves, but also help them to be part of the change that we need in our community. To end, I would like to quote Peter Zumthor from his book, Thinking Architecture, which he states, "In a society that celebrates the inessential, architecture can put up a resistance, counteract the waste of forms and meanings, and speak its own language." Thank you so much.
Thank you, Hannah.
Thank you.
I think we're just trying to shift gears because we just were doing housing. So I think, looking through the drawings, I was trying to, again, reformat my brain to get away from talking about housing, a much larger program, and really address the scale. What was your, thinking about your presentation, what was your attitude towards the space between the project and the public realm, right? The public way. it's something that I think in architecture studios, we often sort of ignore. Student projects and, hey, professional projects for that matter tend to come right up to the property line in many cases. But there's this possibility to pull back from that and actually, begin to interrogate that space between the public right-of-way, i.e. the sidewalk, and the project, aka private property, right? Or maybe if it's a civic building, public property, but still not the space of the pedestrian or the sidewalk or the street, but the space of programmed project. What was your attitude towards that?
So the side is actually located below the bridge. So the reason I picked the side was so that people could see through the building as they walk from above the bridge. So I was thinking to connect to the public by showing them what's actually happening inside the building as they walk. And there's this their point of view would be like looking into the windows of the building.
But I mean, is it like, because I'm looking at the sort of axonometric you have here, the render that you have here, and I think that, it looks like there's this attitude of trying to pull in the public space into the project with these courtyards. And I'm wondering if that language might have been expanded to kind of include the areas on the perimeter that are coming right up to the edge of the project that define the street edge. And then what it does is it essentially creates a third space, right, that allows the public to feel some degree of ownership, because we were talking about this in my studio this term, because we had a green space component that was part of the project, and there was this discussion of when you create these courtyards that are hypothetically public, you're still sort of developing a threshold between that privately controlled space and the public realm. And psychologically, that makes people who don't have a stake in the project or aren't going, into the project. In our case, it was a community medical center. It makes them not want to actually go experience those spaces, even though they can. On the other hand, you have like a whole plethora of pocket park projects that have successfully done that. I think one of the more widely known ones, of course, is from history books, is Paley Park in New York. It's definite threshold between the park itself, which is sandwiched between two buildings, and the street. But there it creates a kind of safe haven or a respite from the kind of agitation of metropolitan Manhattan. And here, I'm really wanting to see an attitude or a more aggressive attitude towards what that space is. If it's garden space, what if the garden suddenly comes out into the public realm, right? On the sidewalk edge. So if you're walking by, you can reach down and pick a strawberry or whatever. I think there's some conversation to be had there, because it then becomes a more robust architectural component to the project as opposed to being negative space between the volumes of your building.
I agree completely with John. I understand that the gardens and the gardening are interior mostly activities, but a gesture to widen, to open those spaces on the exterior speaks more to your agriculture approach. And right now they seem a bit like the leftover spaces created by your form arrangement. So, but these sections are gorgeous, really fun, and I really appreciate the drawings.
Thank you.
So Hannah, the other question I had about is, I really see how, the comments about how this building has, these openings to the public street, and you're kind of inviting people in, or maybe that the intent of inviting people into those courtyards. And then the form of your building, this kind of serpentine shape, seems to, when I see it, I kind of think that there must be an idea about how you move through it. And I don't know if you talked about the second floor, and I guess I'm trying to understand a little bit. Could you talk a little bit more about, as a kind of place where you're drawing the public in to come take, to learn, what is the sequence that somebody would come through, and what's the experience of that?
Okay.
Of the building?
So the site starts from the very north side of the building. From there, they arrive at the marketplace, and they have the choice to go to the learning spaces right here, or enjoy their time on the outside spaces. But some of the staff of the building will also be able to access office spaces on the second floor. They also have a lounging area on the second floor, which they can use if they choose to have like a more informal setting seminar, and they have like a closed room for seminar as well. From there, from the first floor, if they choose to go to the learning spaces, they have this path that goes from the learning spaces to the actual vertical farming itself, where the public is encouraged to also learn from there, from the vertical farming spaces, which is also connected to an outdoor space, which these outdoor spaces could be used as outdoor classrooms, or informal seminar rooms. From there is another opening to another outdoor space, and then they can arrive to another storage, which is another system that they could learn about. And then from there they could access the classrooms, the formal classrooms, which is at the very end of the building, which is in the south side, which also opens up to public, outdoor spaces. But this side has a loading dock for transporting goods from the storage to the marketplace.
So there seems to be an opportunity here where somebody would come here intentionally. They make their way to the part of town, and they come in the building, they walk in the front door, and they are able to see what they're going to see there, attend a class. But what's interesting about the public spaces is the way that they penetrate into the building, that for somebody who's just like a passerby, you might get drawn in, and you see a lot of potential for being able to observe and see what's going on inside this building. And I think, paying more attention to how those spaces are treated, and really think about, how those spaces are treated to, what basically what John was talking about, and what's, Nina's talked about is how to treat those spaces. Because I think there's a really great opportunity here of bringing someone who's not, didn't, just happen to cross it, and they're a little curious, but not so curious to walk in the front door. And, what can you learn and what can you see from these kind of more public park spaces? And then I guess kind of wondering what's happening on this, with the second floor and how that works. If the first floor were really mostly geared towards drawing people in and things to see, it seems like the second floor is more about offices and classrooms.
I like this scheme, Hannah, a lot. I think it's a really great programmatic introduction. And I guess one of the things I was thinking about when you were describing it was you talked about the sort of layering of infrastructures, trucks having to pass through and these sorts of things, which made me think about the types of infrastructures this building would need, including the watering systems or systems to move produce through, and these sorts of things. So one of the things that I thought was quite interesting was that when you moved to the planning of the building, you actually started to separate these things out into more, like this is a teaching space and this is a market space. And I almost wondered if you couldn't manage the sort of infrastructural systems and even drawing them in, right? Like, I mean, if you're moving that much water through the building, surely there'd be a sort of language of pipes, for instance, sprinklers. Like if you start to sort of include some of that in, and maybe even thinking about, how could you rethink what a market looks like? I think the way that it's currently shown, it's pretty much like a supermarket, but would there not be a potential to hybridize between where the things are grown and where you buy them? Do you have to have a separate classroom, or could it not also happen within the spaces where you're kind of, so just looking at the sort of the way that you're designing the fit out in a certain way of these things, and maybe thinking about whether, I was trying to understand, do you enroll in a program here or do you just show up? I mean, how formalized is it? Are there, sometimes you learn things just by going to a market, right? And just by actually talking to someone and consuming, or, even just looking at what's there. So I guess sort of thinking about models of learning versus consuming, and maybe they're the same thing at sometimes. I think thinking about maybe changing that up in the programmatic fit out could be interesting as well as another layer. I mean, I think it's already extremely sophisticated, but I'm just sort of thinking about the potential to even hybridize more.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that along those lines of hybridization and really exploiting the program, including inside and outside, I think that there's possibly a potential to actually think about how the circulation works, not just kind of like in a zigzag internally fashion, but really crossing through. Crossing through that zigzag. So if you think of maybe So Fujimoto's, the library that he did, it's a kind of spiral. And of course you wouldn't want to walk like in the spiral fashion, like every day. So he creates those moments where he just pokes right through, very deliberately. These are the openings where you do walk through. So it's like a sequence, another layer of these other axes that are working laterally across the plan. So I think that there's a real potential there. And I guess one final thing would be that the spaces, the outdoor spaces, like having these deep indents, I was a little bit wondering, that's, it would be wonderful to have like these outdoor gardens, and you have these opportunities to have those, and you do have like planters. But I was thinking that, instead of like chunking down those outdoor spaces into other figures, those figures can, that's made by the building itself, the outline of the building itself, are very strong. And so I think that instead of creating like smaller patterns, you can think of these larger areas. I don't know if that makes sense. Basically, I'm just talking about simple figure ground, and then having those shapes, the figures of the negative space, read a little bit more clearly.
I think, Sarah, similar. I mean, I'm thinking about, maybe I wasn't clear enough, but I think with the infrastructures of watering and some of these things, and if you do think about hybridization, potentially you could think of the ground plane as more like a landscape. So does it have to be so discretely organized, or could it be that that the whole thing is planted? I mean, you could start to sort of, rather than keeping things so compartmentalized, you could start to think more along a sort of infrastructural floor that allows things to pop up in different places potentially, rather than segmented.
Thank you.
And of course, you can also think along those lines, think about drainage as well, about, how you collect water from the roof and then it drains into the filters through the garden, etc. So.
Thank you.
We do have a few more minutes if any of you have any further comments.
I'll jump back in and just say, I was looking at your renderings, and I mean, it's kind of a nice sensibility to the way that you're using the standing seam to sort of emphasize the forms. And, but materially, it's got some credibility. I'm not so sure the transition to the wood or secondary system, whatever that is that great. But it looks pretty interesting. It seems like you had some fun with it. And I know some folks brought this up earlier, but the fenestration would be, my only curiosity. You did this really great diagram, which I thought was nice further up, where it seems like you're exploring how fenestration occupies the project or defines the project. And, it might help in that kind of diagram that you're showing us. It might actually help to also do an unfolded drawing that shows how the fenestration plays off of it itself. I know that you're relating it to program here, but it might also be interesting to see how you, as a process drawing, how you got the patterning of it in relationship to the form of the building, which is, I think pretty interesting. So, it's nice. It's a nice project.
Thank you.
All right, thanks you guys. Thanks for your comments. Thank you, Hannah. Congratulations.
Thank you, Wendy. Thank you to the jurors.
And we'll continue to share screen, and Corey, you're up. Corey Norman is next.
Hey guys, how y'all doing? Hey Nina, how you doing? Nice to see you. Always great to see you.
Hi,
All right. Hey. All right, so let me go ahead and start moderating, and y'all let me know if y'all can see that or not, because I really don't know if you can or not. I just clicked on the button, start moderating. Okay. Are we there?
Now we're there.
Okay, I don't know if it's my internet or what, Wendy, so I'll apologize, guys, if there's some weird interruption here. But let me begin.
Friday afternoon.
Ain't it? Let's do it.
That's always when we seems to show.
So hello, my name is Corey Norman, and my project is a community center that focuses on the youth and the community of Boyle Heights. It is located east of the Los Angeles River here. As you can see, it's on the sloped corner of Rio Vista and Olympic Boulevard. This area is park poor, even though the community is mostly made up of families with young kids. There is minimal park space within the neighborhood. Most of these little parks are located on the north side of the Interstate 5 freeway and are out of reach, dangerous, and neglected. In the red, as you see here on my concept drawing, I have shown the gang activity that takes place in the Boyle Heights community by the Bloods and the Crips. That's just only naming a few of them. They surround and consume the neighborhoods and give the youth nowhere to go for safe space. And this is an updated map of for 2020 that I received from the website of actual turf that they have pretty much taken over and have shown great activity. These young ladies here are showing you the site location. and actually where it resides and next to all of that, with the main neighborhoods here and here on the other side of both sides of the freeway. As you can see, the necessity of that safe space and where the parks are located. So moving on to the diagram. The design behind the massing of the building is two vertical concrete steel rectangles for vertical circulation that are stacked with 3 floors of the same materials. And all of this is encased with a panoramic envelope and a dome-like structure, all extruding from the underground parking. The building, like I said, sits on a slope corner, so I made that the location of the incoming drop-offs and pedestrian access to the entrance with multiple access points. This not only makes it easier for the flow of the building's visitor traffic, but helps with the realization of the juxtaposition of the building against the old Sears building across the street, as you can see right here. This area is surrounded by heavy industrial factories and train tracks with some old buildings that resemble the Sears building I just spoke about. They're all sporting an old architectural style, along with plain rectangular industrial buildings of the warehousing and industrial areas. So moving on to my renderings here, which I take great pride of. Did a lot of work on these. Here are some day and night renderings of the Boyle Heights Community Center that I did. These are showing how the building always has a sense of presence in the community, no matter what time of day it is. As you can see, the night rendering here. The project has programs that support the youth in education, safe spaces, and sports to collaborate, hold events, language classes, after school programs, and raises money for various local nonprofit groups. The community center would act as the anchor of or the tether for these local organizations and neighborhood groups, tying them all back to a safe and convenient location. All right, moving on to these plans. All right, so this is your typical underground parking plan that I have here with the entrance and exit over to your left, where they will all park here. As you can see, your main means of egress, your elevators here that go all the way up to the 3rd floor. Same here as the fire emergency egress here. But right here is where I want you to focus, where we can actually exit the parking structure, and it will spit you out on the ground level of the building, out into the back of the building, where you will have a Rio Vista, if I'm not mistaken, is right here. But it will spit you out to the exterior of the building, where you will see the entrance to the building here. Excuse me. So once you get to the entrance of the building, once you come in, you'll be introduced with the check-in area, which is right here. If you go through from the elevators, you'll be spat out here in the lobby area, where you'll see the administration building where the offices resides, and the cafe over here to your right, where you can also access from the outside. You don't necessarily have to go inside, because I felt like since this is a community center, this is for the people, for the community. So there's really no actual private spaces. Most of the building is public, even its cafe. So that's shared with the public. Here you will see the pool area here, which faces the LA River, establishing that relationship with the LA River, which is actually going to go through a lot of construction and re-innovating. So this building actually serves its purpose on that also. And then you will have over here on the left side, which digs into the hill itself, is the splash pad area, where you also have the racquetball court here. So you have access from ramp and stairs. Notice how you cannot get to these areas here or the pool area here unless you enter the building. That is actually on purpose, because we're dealing with youth here. We're dealing with the kids. We want to keep them safe and secure while they're in there having fun and enjoying themselves. So here you will find some vignettes that I did of these spaces that I just spoke of. Here's a check-in area here, and also the drop-off area here. This is the front area of the front glazing of the cafe here. And when you go up through the elevators and come to the ground level, this is the administration part of it. Administration office here. As you can see, I created that wall to have transparency, so there's no hiding, there's no nothing. The people that work here want you to see them, and they want to see you, and they want to see your kid. So, and then this is your pool area here, where you will see I also made it glass barricade to give it a sense of like almost a connection to the LA River itself. That was pretty fun. And then you have the cafe area here, where the whole community actually can enjoy and have a nice coffee or some food. And then you have your splash pad here, outside on the bottom, dug into the hill, and your racket court, which is right behind it. All right, so one thing I want to bring up before I go into the second floor is that I wanted to bring in elements of the urban environment and color to the interior of the building. So you will see accents of brick and various colors, murals and graffiti, exposed steel and cement. And all of this is an attempt to appeal to the youth, making it not only a safe place to be, but also a familiar, fun, and content environment. These elements will make the youth comfortable, and able to loosen up while they're there having fun. So, sorry I keep moving around, but I'm trying to get you guys enough time to be able to look on your own also. So once you go to the main stairs here from the ground floor, they take you all the way up to the third floor, but they spit you out here on the second floor, where you'll be met with 3 ways to go. Both of these two are different ways to get to either side of the locker rooms. Am I even showing you the? Yeah, this is the second floor. I'm sorry. The locker rooms here. And they also have access to the gym area here. One thing you can notice about the gym area is pretty big. And it, so because I felt like that there was a lot of traffic would be coming here, also not just the youth, but just the typical people of the community who were able to use this. So we needed a big gym. But there's glass glazing that goes across, keeping that same relationship with the LA River that we want to establish throughout the entire building. So you have the access to the locker rooms, and then you have the centralization of the basketball court here. This is probably like one of my top favorite spots of the building here, because from the rest of the building, from the second to the third floor, where you're going to see how this building starts to form around the basketball court itself, creating a great and fun space to be in. Moving on to the third floor, I'm sorry. So, I'm sorry, here goes some vignettes that explaining those of what I just said also. So this is your gym here, and this is the staircase that takes you all the way up. And then each staircase, each level you go up, if you look up on the ceiling when you get to that actual floor, there's graffiti art that is on each ceiling there. So that was fun to do. And I also made a little tribute to the late and great Kobe Bryant. So on this mural here, within the basketball court for some inspiration. A lot of the graffiti and the art that's here, I would like for a local artist to do, but very motivational and inspiring and kid-friendly type of graffiti and art throughout the entire building. And you can also see these 2 high spaces here, and we'll be getting to those areas next on the third floor. So, where was I? Third floor. So the entire second and third floor revolves around the basketball court, and it's all establishing a circular border for the circulation and the panoramic views from the interior and exterior of the building. No matter where you are inside this building, you'll have excellent views of other occupied spaces, amplifying the transparency, security, and accountability for the staff and the youth. There are many multi-use spaces in this building for the community usage and events. The basketball court can be used as a venue for the community meetings, plays, and concerts, with the conveniency of retracting wood and steel bleachers. So if you look on let me take you back to the second plan, but if you look in here, these bleachers actually retract, giving out more space for communities to have these special events. And these basketball goals also tuck away here. And so you will have your chairs, so anybody can sit. There also is plenty of space up top on the 3rd floor for the same type of usage here in these multi-purpose areas here. So the basketball court provide the two high atrium space the basketball court provides gives a great space and expansion for increasing occupancies, along with classrooms for teaching, tutoring, and study purposes. All of this combined with sitting areas for universal public use, giving open space and freedom for the visitors of the community center. So here you'll see, this is the library here, and you still have your central stair circulation here, and then your 2 classrooms here, what I spoke about, and these multi-purpose areas here where you can pretty much have freedom to do anything, whether you want to read, get on the internet, talk, and stuff like that. So here, as you can see, as you're moving out through the building, this is one of the key parts of my building also, is the panoramic views of the entire Boyle Heights from the outside. But within the inside, you can also see everything that goes on too. And even in the classrooms, we have this glazing that is able for you to peer in and not miss a thing from the rest of the building.
You have about around 15 to 18 minutes for comments right now.
Okay, yeah, let me go ahead and speed this up. Thank you, Wendy, I appreciate it. So here showing some renderings. I should have just shot to those first. This is where the elevators are that takes you to the 3rd floor, and the multi-purpose areas here where you see more art and graffiti and stuff of that sort. And there's a closer look at all of that where you can still see the Kobe Bryant tribute. Everybody can still see everything that's going on here, which is what you really want within a community center, is transparency. So you want everybody to have that accountability and to have that sense of like, okay, we know, because you're dealing with the youth here. So this is another, this is adjacent to that same area, another multi-purpose area, and your library here. This is the sections here that show exactly the same thing what I just was pretty much explaining to you guys. I cut it straight through the middle to show you all the programs here, from the administration rooms and offices here, the lobby, the gym, pool, and the library, establishing the relationship with the LA River, and the 2 high spaces and classrooms and the basketball court here. Same thing here that you see within the second one here. And then moving on to my elevations. The building materials are still concrete and layered sandstone on the exterior. The envelope is a double glazed solar channel glass with another set of interior glass and panels for heat and light filtering / control. The same glass concept is also applied to the hexagon double frame geodesic dome that caps the entire building, bringing in extended hours of natural lighting throughout most of the floors with no obstruction. And then here that is explaining a lot of that, also giving you more depth of the day-to-day usage of the building here. As you see, the cafe and the stairwell, the gym, the library again, and the pool area here. And then you have your wall diagram showing the structural system of the entire building, steel structure and its envelope with the panels. And then closing off, I really meant for this building to the Boyle Heights Community Center to purpose a different architectural future for the neighborhood, one that breaks away from the past and looks towards new technologies, new ways of recreating, and now new ways of being a public building, all for the youth and the well-deserved community of the East LA. So thank you. And I'll stop moderating so you guys can take a gander yourself. And let's get this thing going.
Thanks, Corey.
Thank you. Sorry about the long one.
It's okay.
Wanted to get everything out.
Wanted to be able to, you could hear as many comments as possible.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm just really excited.
Corey, so I can tell you're excited.
Yeah,
I love this. You're passionate about the program, and I can see all the thought that you put into the building and to how things come together. And the one thing I wanted to ask you about, the one thing I didn't hear, because you started with talking about the community and the bigger picture, but what I didn't see is, and it's been a little while since I've been in this neighborhood, So I can't remember exactly what the character is, but do you expect that besides people driving up to this, are people going to walk from the neighborhood? Like as a community center, I guess I kind of pictured, you know, kids getting on their bike and coming here and be able to walk here, not just the getting dropped off or.
Yeah, no, definitely. I that's well, I mean, I'm not moderating anymore, but there's a picture of, I made a rendering to specifically show that area where you see like little bikes and scooters where you can hook them up and leave them there. But that corner, what I was speaking about in the site plan, that corner of Rio Vista and Olympic Boulevard, I wanted to put that in play because it's not only exactly what you're explaining, as far as like people, coming from these neighborhoods, coming from these schools, they're going to utilize that corner a lot. But I really put it there for that, and also to show the relationship for the Sears building across the street that's actually being renovated right now. So it's here to stay. I wanted to show that juxtaposition there. So I utilized that corner for my main entrance, not only for the drop-off spot, but if you look where the stairs actually release out of the underground parking, and then you have the sidewalk that comes down Rio Vista, and that sidewalk that comes across where the Olympic Boulevard meet at, that's exactly where all of that action comes, where these spillage of kids and locals come in to actually go into that building. That's kind of like one of the only entrances from the outside that you can get to.
Okay, so yeah, I hear what you're saying about it, but I'm not quite seeing that in the drawings. I mean, I understand what you're saying, but it seems like you need to reinforce that idea of that spot as being a place where the community can enter it in a different way. It seems like that it's really kind of given prioritization to the car, and so as a next step would really work on that connection to the community and to because kids are going to want to get on their bike and come here.
For sure. Yeah.
And how does that work? Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Definitely. Yes, sir.
Maybe talk a little bit about the roof system. It looks here like it's a space frame or something.
Oh, the geodesic. Yeah, for sure. Let's go. Yeah.
Well, principally where I'm going with that question is, what does it get you for the project? Like why the geodesic dome? Usually that's to create a free span, and we've got a sports court, but it's not a super big sports court. So I'm kind of interested in what the logic was, because usually you would do that if you're trying to either accommodate a huge series of sports spaces that need free span, or you're trying to we looked at OMA's proposal for Lockma, but they didn't win, or they won and it wasn't funded. They're using a long span to accommodate a rich mixing of programmatic elements. And so here I'm just trying to figure out conceptually what you get with it.
Okay.
What was your logic behind that strategy?
Well, I mean, it was pretty simple. Like the reason why I chose the dome in the first place, within the glass casing in the first place, at least, is because I wanted the most natural lighting to come into the building as possible, and for the longest amount of hours as possible. So in order to do that and still have like you're establishing walls and defined spaces within the building, I felt like that a lot of this building had to be open to the ceiling area, I guess you could say, along with the panoramic envelope that goes or the casing that goes around the building. So that helps with that, also with the natural lighting coming in, and then the too high space, the basketball court, where you get most of that sunshine and most of that light from. Along with some LED lighting, of course, soft lighting, but not too much light you would need because of the amount of light that comes in. Of course, it's filtered with the double frame itself. But I also wanted to bring a sports element to the building. Also, the building deals with a lot of recreational things. With basketball court, pool area that's actually pool regulated for events, actual tournaments. Like I made it big enough the dimensions for a regulation pool to actually be held tournaments there, along with the basketball court itself also. So there will be, this is not just for leisure and the kids just to have fun, but there will be tournaments and things of that such that, serious basketball games and swim teams can actually participate here. Also, like, reading, natural lighting for reading. Who loves to read next to, their window and bring natural lighting in instead of just sitting under a lamp all day? So, but yeah, so it was mostly that to bring in that sports element, like your NFL football theme. I'm a big football fan, and the lighting to maximize the amount of lighting that comes into the building without it being obstructed.
Well, since you bring that up, so I think it seems like you're really interested in the architectural component and the different technological aspects of the project as opposed to like a real conceptual or formal approach. So I'm going to unpack that a little bit. I first saw the finished SoFi Stadium when I went down to get my vaccine in Inglewood in the drive-through this year, and I'd read a lot about it. Sam Lubell actually wrote a nice piece on it, and I think that what's interesting about that stadium is it kind of recognizes that the contemporary stadium has to be flexible, and it also has to be environmentally sustainable. And I think that what's interesting about that stadium is it feels internalized because it does have this retractable roof that's going to be on most of the time, but it harnesses the fact that in Southern California, especially down in Inglewood, you get a really great ocean breeze. And so it's all open, even though it's covered. There are no real interior spaces of it. And I think that if you're proposing something like this, fine, but you have to recognize the environmental and technological challenges with that. So right now, you essentially are creating a giant terrarium to cook everybody in that space during the hottest parts of the day. And I think that, and I'm not just harping on the kind of technological aspects, what I'm getting at here is that if you kind of opened up the project and allowed air to flow in, then you're still creating an interior feeling space that takes all the benefits of exterior Southern California life. And you can introduce different components to the project that will allow it to be much more environmentally sustainable, and also would probably push you to question some of the moves you made at certain points in the project. Because I think there are some aspects that are quite interesting. Like I like the area most at the top level where there's this potential to begin to have programs colliding with one another, overlapping one another in that big space. But it only occurs there. Everywhere else, it feels very compartmentalized. And I think that if you kind of took it on where you're like, okay, I've got the partie of this cylinder and then a domed roof. Now, what do I do with that volume? How do I begin to have things push and pull and overlap and collide within that volume? And challenge the primacy of that form so that you don't have a kind of very simple cylindrical form that really has no connection to the urban gestures, and it's not really sustainable, and it's got a lot of potential, for me anyway, problems to it. And so I think that you do have some really great aspects where I could imagine that you're using this dome to create almost like an architectural playground where everything, all the programs are kind of working together simultaneously and overlapping, and it really feels like that has that community center type feel, as opposed to right now. I think everything below that top level feels very, as I said, compartmentalized. So it's just a suggestion. I mean, I think you obviously really like the project, and I think there's a lot of great things. I just want to see a little bit more rigorous interrogation of the structural system and program that you've chosen.
Yes, sir. Thank you for that. Definitely, I see that. Yes, sir.
Corey, I agree with John and Richard, especially about the gestures that I think can be made for the entrance, more for the pedestrian and the bikers and people getting off the bus. I believe there's a bus stop near there. And so that the entrance almost feels like hotel-like to me, with the whole drop-off, as if there's, going to be a concierge on the other side of the door. And you began your presentation, I believe you said that Boyle Heights is park poor.
Yes, ma'am.
I think that entire street level entry could be softened, with garden, with landscape, with vegetation, and softened for the pedestrian and the bikers. And I agree with John about you're talking to a landscape architect here, so opening up that that roof so that passive cooling can occur, and those upper level spaces would be prime for indoor gardens as well. But it looks like a joyous space. There's I like the roof because it kind of envelops in a almost a womb kind of way. And I think that what you have designed will make the community and the kids feel safe, but definitely address that energy efficiency.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, Corey, I think it was a fantastic, really good presentation. And I think you're a wonderful speaker, and you have incredible energy. And I think you can, I mean, I'd buy anything you sell. It was a really good presentation. I think that I also liked your attention to certain details that stood out for me were things like when you spoke about how important the sight lines were. I think that you're absolutely right there. And I did really appreciate those moments where you really paid attention then to, and it's conveyed, I think, communicated in your vignettes, in your perspectives, being able to see other parts of the building or be in one space, but then really looking at another space. And for a community center, I think that's absolutely essential. I would love to see even more of that. And I think you could, do some really nice vignettes, even more vignettes. I think that probably on the ground floor, you had a series of smaller activities, like were they, I don't know if they were, what kind of courts there were, but there were.
It was like racquetball and a splash pad and the pool area.
I love that. I love that kind of like seeing those three right in a row. It's really wonderful. I would just encourage you, maybe there could be some space where, people can just sit. Like when you're a parent and you have to watch, you want a place where you can like put your coffee down, open up your laptop and start working, and still have that incredible like view of everything that's going on. But definitely we're paying attention to that. It was clear in your presentation. The other thing is the murals. I mean, I think that again in your perspectives, there's it's really paying attention to what is relatable, what is how do we kind of like represent culture. And so I really appreciated that as well, that curation there. I would agree with, I think John gave a really good critique there. I think that the project you may want to consider that roof being more of a canopy, and then also being much more porous. And I was looking at your section, and I was thinking that on your section, that maybe it is possible, especially in that section 2, you can clearly see that maybe that you don't even need that second room on the top, and you really are just using the roof of the second floor. So when I say the roof, I mean, just this area, that roof area right here, so you don't need to have these walls kind of thing. And that could be like, I think Nina mentioned, a roof garden, and it's just open. I think that would be really
Wow.
nice.
Yeah, that would. I
Yeah,
agree.
and just one final thing, going back to what Richard was saying earlier, similar to that, if you're going to start reconsidering, that entry where you're entering, every day, the everyday user entering, you might want, if you're going to renegotiate that, you might want to also renegotiate exactly where your pool is. I do get, that view of the river, but I think that's directly west facing.
Yeah, with the sun. Yeah.
And the sun, it can be really brutal. Not to
Yeah,
have
I
some
know.
shade,
Yeah.
and the building is the perfect thing to provide shade, but it is a beautiful piece there. I love how you've oriented that overhang and
Yes.
having the bleachers there. It's
I
very.
definitely.
I just wish it was facing
Yeah.
south or something like that.
No, I understand. I definitely fought with that actual situation throughout the semester, and I just kind of was like, you know what, I can go with it because of the overhang, and maybe that'll work. But
Yeah, you gotta test that one, right?
yeah,
California.
yeah. No, you're 100% right. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, I think just conceiving of it more as a park with a canopy and really thinking about it as kind of free as a landscape. That all of these, it's a basketball court in the park, all these elements are programmatic, and maybe it has some of this protection from the weather, which isn't a whole lot of way, but maybe there's a way to, that the canopy is really viewed to also kind of block some of the sun. Speaking of western sun, the sun all day in the middle of summer and in East into LA can be tough. So, maybe thinking about it more freeing up a little bit and thinking more of a park under a canopy.
For sure. Thank you. It's great. Thank you for all this feedback. It's great.
We have a couple minutes left if anybody'd like to chime in.
Sorry, I haven't had a chance. But thank you for the scheme, Corey. I really appreciated this scheme, and I thought there was a lot going on with it, but it works actually. So I think one of the things that really struck me was the scale of image surfaces, whether it's the reflective panorama from the exterior, which I'd love to ask about, but probably we don't have time, but like that it's all about transparency, but you're doing something different on the exterior. So whether there's something about sort of the reflectivity that is operating slightly differently. And then I was thinking about the difference between a sort of panoramic horizontal view and a sort of all-encompassing, like this very horizontal view versus the dome, right? Like the sky dome. So you've got lots of kind of conceptual viewing devices. Similarly, I love the ceiling mural versus the vertical mural. So I think there's a lot of play around the idea of how we view out of portals, out of windows, out of images that I really loved. But I think that, I guess my sort of, I don't really have anything to say other than that as a comment. I think it's working really nicely. And then I guess that comment around transparency, to sort of think about whether it's always transparent or whether you can actually think about playing around with how much is seen and how much, is operating.
Yeah. And this is basically a public building. So I wanted it to be that, like, obviously, there's a huge difference between a courthouse and a community center. So, you have that public and that security use. But with this, I felt like the community deserved it and it needed to be exactly for them. So transparency is what we always want, especially here on this level of life. So I wanted to interpret that into the building, into my architecture.
Excellent.
Thank you guys.
Congratulations, Corey.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're done.
Yeah, I wipe my sweat.
We have excellent comments overall. I know we talked. I love the a garden, a parkscape with a canopy over it, but we really wanted to hang on to that dome for
we did.
for like a life depended on it, right?
Yeah.
So, but I think really fair comments and really instructive. So I just want to ask the jury if they have general comments before we go, before you let you guys back to your Friday afternoon, if you have general comments for the students as they leave Cal Poly. This is their last formal review. So anything you'd like to add overall in general?
I really like the fact that the students have come up with their own programming, because I think that we are in a period where more now than ever, when clients come to us with their own program, we have to actually propose to them what's actually needed and be help them be more flexible. I'm sorry, the gardener's here, so I have a lot of background noise. Help our clients be more flexible in addressing the practical needs of our communities. So this group and Sarah's group before, I thought the programming choices were excellent. So you're on your way.
Yeah, I completely agree with Nina's comments about really appreciating, both studios and applauding you as for really thinking deeply about how we use how we can create a program, how program relates to community, how we use things. That was really amazing. I know it takes a lot of time rather than just receiving a program and then trying to figure it out. I think that there's potentially a lot of agency there, and I'm thinking about Rancière, and he's a philosopher, and he was talking about political agency, and when he's talking about political agency, it really comes down to to how we use things. So I really love the discussion for both studios went in that direction. And I think that also, I just want to commend the entire group for Comprehensive Studio is so challenging. We saw some beautiful, beautiful drawings, and just so beautifully worked out at multiple scales. So that's an enormous amount of work and just really good designs. So congratulations, everyone.
Yeah, I thought all the work was very thoughtful. Really, as other jurors were talking about, really digging into what program fits the site, what program fits the community, how that program affects architecture. It all comes together, and that's one of the things when since I mostly I work in practice, that get clients, they come with programs and they don't always fit the site, and trying to really have that understanding of how program what program is and how it affects the building. So one of the things we do try to do is try to influence them a little bit and try to get them veer and start to think about some of the things of what their actual program they're coming with and what they can offer to the community beyond what they originally thought. So it's really great studio and really great work for students to be looking at this, and really nice projects, really beautiful drawings.
I was just going to point out the obvious and say that you all have done an amazing job this year. You did your senior project during a global pandemic and did everything online, and in many cases collaborated online. And as I told my students at USC when they had their final review a week ago, congratulations, you all are basically prepared for anything. And I think that you should just take the things you learned this year and take it on into the profession and be that resilient generation of architects that comes out of this having picked up some new skills, and you're more flexible, you're more efficient, you're smarter, faster, better. and generate better architecture for humanity. So congratulations. If it was great work, I enjoyed the day, and thanks for having me.
Excellent. Thanks so much, everyone. We're at 3:01, we're 1 minute over. So there you go. Thank you so much, Richard, John,
You guys.
Sarah Hearn, Sarah DeYoung, and Nina Briggs. Enjoy your afternoon, you guys. Thank you so much for your thoughts. And for the students, we're going to take a break. We'll be back in room 3 at 3:30.
Thank you guys again.
Thank you.
Thank you. Take care, Nina.
Thank
Bye.
you. You too.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
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 Thank you. Thank you, Wendy.
Yeah. See you guys for Trisha and Julio at 3:30.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Project Mark, and I really like the
Once again, evident as each phase.
I wanted to interpret that as tomorrow.
Excellent.
And the entrance, as well as different moments within the home where memories are created and sentimental items can be stored. The second unit type is a two-bedroom, two-story unit with kitchen, living, and dining services on the ground.
Hello. Who's moderating this one?
I will be moderating this one.
Oh, good. Nice to see you.
You as well.
All right. Last one. Phew.
Hey, Jasmine.
Hey, Kristen. Thanks for helping out with the moderating.
Sure. I tried to squeeze in some time, so thought I could help.
Good. Very good. Let's see. So we have Terry, you're gonna be first, I guess. How you feeling? You breathing?
Yeah, I'm nervous.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to know how it's gonna go.
Yeah.
It goes really well, sometimes not so well. It's all, I don't know. It's hard to even know why it happens one way or another. Kind of random a little bit. Let's see. So we're gonna have Karen, Alistair, Peter, Andrew. And then Ivan's here. Very good. I'll be right back. Get some more water. Hello, Karen.
Sarah, hi. Long time no see.
I finally see you.
Finally, indeed. It is so weird. Coming all the way to LA to just get stuck in a house in front of Zoom for a year. Madness.
Madness.
How are you?
Good. All that work to get over here, and you could have just stayed home.
I cannot even go home right now, you know? That is actually the thing. They will probably not let me back in or something like that. Or maybe they don't let me into Europe or something like weird like that, you know?
It's crazy.
It's so odd.
So strange that you came, right?
Oh my God. No, it still feels better, you know? It's kind of, it's different than being there. So there are quite a lot of people joining here. Are these all your students?
No, some of them are, some of them aren't.
Oh, okay. I thought that everybody else was gonna view via YouTube, but they can also.
You know, sometimes they like to go into the rooms. They're all allowed to go into whatever room they want to.
That's nice.
Hello, Alistair.
Hi, Sarah. How are you?
Good. Your hair is so long.
I have a COVID haircut. Immortalized.
Yeah, in every Zoom meeting. And
Yeah.
How's Manyan?
Yeah, she's good. I can, if I look through, I can see her on the other side of the house.
That's good. I won't see her today. She's in a different jury.
Yeah, that's right.
I didn't put you two together. That would have been too strange.
Smart.
It's like you're not supposed to sit couples together at dinner,
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. We just end up disagreeing and it would be awkward.
Everybody, this is, oh, Jason, I think you're in the wrong one. You're in room 2. That's
Okay, I'm gonna leave. See you. Bye. Good to see you shortly. Hi, Sarah.
Hi. Do you need up? She disappeared. I guess she knew where she was going. All right. Oh, who's that?
Wait, Sarah, were you talking? I think you're on mute. Oh, no, you weren't.
Can't hear anything. Sarah, are you muted? I don't know.
Yes, I was on the phone.
Oh, okay.
Are you chastising me already, Peter?
No, I just thought you were like trying to talk to us. I thought you were explaining the project or something, and I'm like, I have no idea what's going on.
I have a lost juror who's supposed to be in a different room and didn't have the information. Let's see. Sorry, let me just get this sorted out. Entry. This is like running like 5 weddings simultaneously. I don't know about these things. All right, so let's see. Who are we missing? Just Andrew. All right, well, we'll get started and maybe they'll join or we'll grab somebody from another jury. There's like 5 in the other 2 and there's 3 and 2. I don't know. Got a little scrambled. Anyway, thank you for being here. So I will talk a little bit of the project, or maybe I'll start by introducing our jury. Thank you for being here. So we're supposed to have Andrew Atwood, who's from Berkeley. Maybe he'll be here shortly. And then we have Karen Lorman, who's teaching at Cpp Arc in Tom Main's, with Tom Main in the, what is the name of the studio again? Urbanism? No, tell me the proper name.
Well, it's actually called very, very straightforward design of cities.
Design of cities.
Couldn't be more straightforward. It's also totally controversial. Oh.
Design of cities. So if you're all interested in doing a postgraduate degree, kind of a 1-year post-professional master's, you can talk to Karen if you're interested in the design of cities. And it's a good program, Karen and Tom Main. And then we have Alistair Stokes, who's at Gensler. And my business partner, Peter Tolkien.
Everybody.
Hi, Peter from Tolo Architecture. And so this semester, the students basically worked on the design of a project. This is a fairly comprehensive studio. So it's basically the students are asked to design a building of between 60,000 and 80,000 square feet. And they do, in the fall, we have a seminar, which is where they do the programming and on site selection and sort of figure out a little bit of kind of how to combine them, to do massing, and some initial ideas about what their research might be. But it's just a lecture class. So most of the work happens just in one semester. And they, in the semester, they take 2 classes, this one, and then plus a kind of technical class that we all teach together to help them understand a little bit more about systems and structural systems and environmental controls and curtain walls and other kinds of technical requirements for their projects. The students work to select their own site within a given kind of set of sites that we give them. So we basically have a neighborhood. Each one of us picks a neighborhood or a street, and the students can select whatever site they want within that. And then for the program in my class, so in this studio that you'll see 2 students from, the students were asked to work within Skid Row, which is where Peter and my office is, although he always says it's arts. Arts
district adjacent.
Arts district adjacent, but we're really in Skid Row. So most of the sites, it was a neighborhood I was familiar with. So most of them, we also, in my studio, we did multifamily housing. And a lot of students chose to do kind of some affordable housing, given the kind of housing issues that we're facing. And then some students also some of them did permanent supportive housing or other kinds of housing for the people who are houseless in the neighborhood. Then they were allowed to select a second program. That could be anything they wanted. And they were also asked to sorry, just a second. They were basically asked to select the user, like who the residents might be, and then also who they wanted to work with in terms of an organization, so that they would kind of base the programming on a kind of surrogate client. So like a nonprofit developer or a nonprofit organization or some other group that they would be working with that's an existing group. They were also asked to actually find people that were kind of real people that would be inhabiting their project. So to really kind of have a kind of client and an organization to try to imagine something much more specific for that particular group. In my studios, it kind of has a little bit heavier social component to it than some of the other students, because we were dealing with housing, and particularly because we were in this neighborhood. Let's see what else. The reviews are basically 30 minutes per student. And then we have, the students will have 10 minutes to present. And then we will have 20-minute discussion. And I think that's it. Do you all have any questions? I'm going to share my screen, and it will have the concept board on there. I think maybe, let's see. I'll give you the concept board address in case you didn't get it. Anyway, it's in the chat, and it's helpful. I mean, we will share the screen for the first 10 minutes, so you'll see it. But if you want to kind of navigate around on your own there after, they're going to moderate, but after we're done moderating, it kind of allows you to zoom into some of the images if you have particular questions about a project. So we're going to start with that. We're going to start with Terry, and I'm going to share my screen. And join the moderation. There we go. So you're moderating now, right, Terry?
Yeah. Can you guys see my screen? I mean, should I start?
Yeah, we're good. We see it.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Terry, and the title of my project is Life in Between Spaces. We live a life in between our greatest dreams and our day-to-day realities. I believe that our exceptional moments of success are not where life's greatest transformation happens, but it happens instead in those moments when we unintentionally pause. The project explores the idea of in-between, defined as the space between two geometric shapes, as a place of transition and as a gradation of grace between black and white. The program is mixed use of affordable housing, daycare and trade school serving the families at Skid Row, many of whom need help rebuilding their lives. I'm interested in potential for enjoyment that comes from human activities and interactions within in-between spaces. Spaces with undefined programs such as hallways, gaps, and leftover spaces. These spaces can be understood as a gradation of gray. They exist between solid and void, inside and outside, and the pure circulation program. These spatial experiences were created as a result in overlaps in the geometry of the plan. The resulting in-between spaces act as a relief space for new types of interaction and activities. These threshold boundaries can be thought of as a third kind of space, one that is often ambiguous and temporal. The site is located at Skid Row on an area filled with homeless encampments, drugs, drinking, violence, and despair. There are over 350 kids living on the streets in Skid Row. On the way home from school, a lot of times when children are walking by, they see drug use, prostitution, people talking to themselves, and also people laying on the sidewalk half closed. The reality of our environment, Skid Row, is that it is not a place that kids should be. Kids can be damaged by what they see and what they hear. Children living in Skid Row are left alone to wander around dangerous neighborhoods and pay little attention, while their parents are trying hard to find a way to survive. Angela and her family, her 4 children were evicted from their units, and they were living on the street with no resources and nowhere to go. They were staying at motels and airports, but mainly they slept on the buses. They were going through the hardest moment, unintentional pause in their life. But later, with the help of the Union Rescue Mission and through their program, Angela and her families were able to find their spiritual place that they found peace in themselves. Also, I'm proposing to partner with the Skid Row Housing Trust, National Center for Homeless Education, and the East Los Angeles Occupational Center will collaborate best to help homeless families and children to overcome the tragic situations. The project is at the intersection of East 4th Street and Town Avenue. The program of this site will be 38 units of affordable community-based housing to aid working-age homeless families and individuals. Along with the housing, Tree School aims to provide education and job training programs, and daycare center will provide the new safe environment for preschool children. The program is designed to help families to gain the skills, support, and necessary resources to recover from past trauma, while planning the bright future and prepare to maintain their new lives. For matching strategy, I started with extrusion of 2 volumes, and I used angles and layers to create a sequence of spatial experiences. The project explores the idea of in-between, defined as the space between 2 geometric shapes, as a place of transition, and as a gradation grade between black and white. The program on the left is a daycare for preschool children, and on the right is a tree school. The in-between lies between 2 geometric shapes as a place of transition that is shared between daycare and tree school. The between street and building also happens in front of the trade school. And the space on top that is shared with my peers recreation center. This is view from the corner of 4th Street and Central Avenue. After getting off the freeway, this will be the first glance of the project, which shows the void space void space with different activities in between moments that happens in the project, and also the arrival of the project. This is ground floor showing the fluidity of the circulation between programs and 2 geometries. Each program has 2 private entrances. For housing, they can enter from east and west. Daycare, they can enter from south and through the shared space with my peers recreation center and playground. For trade school, from east and south, and also through the spacing between that they share. This is view from daycare looking out to the shared space. The playground and the recreation center's rock climbing shows the sense of playfulness within the space. From trade school looking out to the transition space, showing one of the moments when entering the project. A view from intermediate space where 3 programs could interact with each other. On the podium level, where the housing and second level of trade school blends in together, the space with undefined programs such as hallways, gaps, and leftover spaces could also become in between to bring up new activities and interactions. These spaces have duality of programs. It could be playground, gathering area, but when it's not in use, it could be circulations. While circulating through these spaces, people will encounter new activities and new interactions every time, depends on who uses this space and how they use this space. These spaces could be thought of as break moments in our lives, where people gather around and does various activities. There are 38 units of combination of studio and 2-bed units. Studio unit for students at trade school, and 2-bed unit for families. This is view from 2-bed unit for families and studio for children at the trade school. The section that is cut through the trade school and housing, which shows the idea of in between lies in solid and void, and also the bridging moment between the 2 volumes. Also shows the relationship between inside and outside, and cross ventilation through the gaps between the buildings. This is on the south elevations, shows the strategy that I used the grid for when designing openings and screens, and also use the moving panels and louvers to mitigate the south sun. This is partial elevation and wall section, type 1 construction on the bottom and type 5 for the housing. I used precast concrete panels for exterior finish to have monolithic appearances, and wood screens that could be operable directly from balconies and windows. Steve Fujimura explains architecture as not just merely about creating one space. Architecture is about creating some relationship between 2 spaces, relationship between 2 elements, and architecturalizing the connecting piece. Arnold Shumi also explained in-between spaces as an unexpected space. To me, in-between spaces are moments of unintentional pause, the intermediate space that could bring up new activities and interactions. On an undefined transition space that could happen anything. I believe that our exceptional moments of success are not where life's greatest transformation happens, but it happens in those moments when we unintentionally pause. The project will serve the families at Skid Row, many who are stuck in between lives. I hope this project to be transition place who needs help rebuilding their lives. Thank you.
That was a very on-time presentation. Well done.
Thank you.
And very informative. And this is a really wonderful program. I think that it's very clear that you have done your research to identify something that is, very current in Los Angeles, right? I just have one little question to help me to understand a little bit of the program, and I simply may have missed it. Is the family housing connected to the trade school? I mean,
yes.
Yeah. Okay. There is an understanding that these programs are all related to each other.
Yeah.
I mean, this is speaking as someone who largely works on educational projects. I think it's really nice to see some serious consideration of the need for families and trade schools and housing accommodations and these sorts of things. We see it an awful lot, that while there may be some housing for individual students associated with community colleges, for instance, there is not often housing associated, or housing for families associated with these places. So that's certainly a really good thing to be studying, and I think sets you up well with some great knowledge to take forward. I mean, clearly the Fujimoto, it was funny. I heard in between, and suddenly my ears are pricking up about how you will address some of the delight or mystery, of the in between that Sue Fujimoto works with, and I guess I would like to hear more about that. I would like to hear some stories told, maybe very directly about these in-between spaces. Can you elaborate a little? Maybe like the phenomenology of it somehow, right? Or
well, I think it is a space that has the full potential that could happen anything. Like, however, how people interact each other, also while interact each other, it could bring up new activities and new activities. So moving forward, I found that is very interesting, and also I could work on it to find enjoyment that happens in between spaces.
Well, I would like to stay with this point of the in-between spaces a little bit longer. We always hearing that in-between spaces are something where people can interact, but these are these options that are sort of a little bit in theory, and we often don't really show them. I mean, we show the spaces in the plan, but then we do not really show the interaction of the various functions that could really happen there. Yeah, so in your spaces now, we are seeing very clear definitions of functions, of uses. Yeah, and I think I'm glad about the reference to Fujimoto. Of course, he is. He's also in his work very much encouraging the use of spaces in different ways. Yeah, that something that is a living space can become a more public space, can become an outdoor space, can become a kitchen where families put together, it can become an educational space, and so on and so on and so on. And now in our 21st century, society and the very different combinations of families, or what we call family, I think it is interesting to think about that. And especially when it comes to unhoused people, people who have lost a lot of things, many of them do not have that intact family. And they probably rather a group of friends or a group of people that at least like each other, that would maybe move into a place together, something like that. And I would like to hear a little bit more how this building of yours, or how this whole program of yours could adapt to that. I do see this, but I'm not quite sure whether you are aware of this. So, you know, how flexible, now flexible is always a word that I don't really like, but probably for lack of a better word, let's take that one now. How dynamic, flexible are these apartments that you are, and studios that you are proposing, for example? Okay, so you know, I don't want you to feel bad about this now, but let me elaborate this a little bit more, which is, I think, you know, I'm not talking about the typical whatever 70s flexible plan or something like that. This is not what I'm hinting at here. But I think for exactly a group of people that has been unhoused, that has been living through tremendously difficult times and so on, to just actually trust a place again, trust a place where you have an address, where you go to bed every night, where you sort of start adapting to certain regular daily life again, yeah? This is all, I mean, this is not simply an apartment building. This is something where a lot more things are happening, where, you know, that where people need to feel safe in their fragility. And it's, to me at this moment, what I'm trying to understand is how much can I actually influence this space when I'm coming there? How much can I say I need this and I need that? And then there is probably a way of making that work. You know, instead of just being offered a box.
Yeah. Well, yeah, to me, in between spaces are transition space or media space that exists between two elements. And I think within the space, it has full of potential that could bring up new activities and interactions. Like when people interact each other, yeah. I'm so sorry.
Karen, are you, I guess, also maybe there's like a Hermann Hertzberger aspiration or something. Is there something to do with the, you know, if I think about the flexibility of space, which is not necessarily, you know, heavy air quotes, right? But which is to do actually with the different ways of using a space.
Yeah.
You know, the space can be very specific and precise. But of course, you know, we need to provide some flexibility for different lives to be lived. And maybe it feels like some of that there's some gap in the presentation or the drawings that where I'm not able to feel maybe new or unexpected uses, which is slightly different, I think, from the in-between. But maybe there's a relation between the two. Have you?
Yeah.
Has this come up at all? And
I didn't have at first. I didn't want to have like set programs in between spaces. But like first, this instance, the circulation of the corridor is, it could be just not the circulation, but also like it could happen anything between the hallways. For the future, if I were to further develop the project, I see it could be like people doing meditation, like yoga, Tai Chi, and barbecue in these spaces along the circulations.
I just think that, you know, the reason I bring Hertzberger up is because you see moments in his buildings where the detailing speaks to flexibility or different ideas or, you know, possibilities. You know, like you can say that a room is a conference room or whatever, right? It can have a program, but you can, you know, really work on, you know, different architectural elements, surfaces, you know, ledges or alcoves or, you know, all sorts of benches and, you know, all sorts of things that can imply repurposing all these kinds of things. I don't know, maybe I'm barking up the wrong tree here. But I think it's, for me, a question of zooming in to a much tighter vignette, perhaps, than where you currently are. I mean, I like what you have, but maybe you zoom in another level and I start to see more things. I don't know.
Well, I think it's exactly because that is why we are asking so much, because we like what we are seeing here, isn't it? And I'm wondering, you know, when especially in housing, there's one aspect that for me is always extremely important, and I think here in LA it is very important, which is the time of day and the light. Yeah. So there are often you have housing projects that, you know, where you sort of decide, okay, I'm living either on the south side or I'm living on the north side or east or west or something like that, and so you all of a sudden in your apartment and you have certain moments that are sunlit and warm and comforting, and then there are other moments that are a bit uncomfortable and cold and so on. People who are coming back to a home from the street, they have difficulties adapting to these strict structures. Yeah. And I'm always hoping for housing that can actually be more, promising and giving and forgiving, and also throughout the day, because the day has 24 hours, you know, and it's and then there are always all these regulations. So I'm kind of thinking, when I'm seeing your corridors, there are obviously various functions in your building, and some are clear day functions, others are rather night functions, and some are in between, and so on. Are there possibilities to shift over the 24-hour schedule, to shift certain functions around in your building, to just make it easier for people that are actually that have come back into a building from the street, that makes it easier for them to adapt to the building living again, and that type of co-living? Yeah.
It seems like what both of you are talking about is how the architecture sets up the potential for this, what you call it, informal kind of connections between people in the building, and to what degree, like it seems like the Herman Hertzberger work, I'm no expert, but it seems like he tries to some degree, create these kind of potential anchoring points for certain things to happen. And homeless, or people without a home, it's probably not the proper word, but seems like they're really adaptable in a way that most of us who kind of have our normal living condition really aren't. But I guess the question for me just becomes, when someone's moving in from the street into a building, you know, what's the relationship between these much more recognizable functional spaces and this kind of other more informal space you're talking about, and to what degree with the work you're doing is there some kind of suggestion of a certain kind of were you creating some kind of potential for interaction, and how much is that formalized within the project? And so I don't know if that's a clear question, but there's a way in which you have these two buildings, these two cubicle buildings, and then there's a space in between that connects them. And it sounds to me like what you're talking about is that temporal space is kind of between the two blocks. And I'm just kind of wondering whether it can somehow be expanded into the way you operate within each one of the buildings. I think it's incredibly well thought out and quite detailed for this kind of level of the studio. So I really like the work that you're doing. But I guess any kind of project like this raises those type of questions, because where the people that don't have a home, they're basically very used to like adapting to the sidewalk, the walls on the street, and some of them don't even want to come inside at some point. I don't know what
well, I think the thing that I'm also having a little bit in the back of my head is this extreme disaster that we are currently looking at in this city, and not only here in LA, but in many other cities as well. But if we just stay here, then and we follow a little bit, I think we've all heard about this, the numbers that are being calculated in order to actually get people off the streets and into some type of home again, and so on. And then there are, one hears from politicians incredibly crazy calculations where all of a sudden housing 2-3 people costs $500,000 and things like that. And the problem is so big that I'm really wondering, and this is something that is being discussed also in community groups and so on, what can we actually do? How can we use the space that would be built for homeless, unhoused people? How can we use it as much and as densely and as flexibly as flexible as possible? Meaning, for example, I'm looking currently now at the plan of the trade school, which is of course a really great idea to bring these two functions together, the housing and then also the education and the help to reintegrate in a society and so on. It seems to me so incredibly perfect almost as a school that I'm wondering, okay, is there something that we can do with these 12 hours where that school is not being used? Is there a possibility that that school can be sort of, can the furniture be shoved out of the way? Can one at least build, also offer more during the night? There are so many more people living in the streets that need shelter and so on. So it cannot only be about some, let's say 200 people that are living in a couple of apartments, but is there maybe something where one can do even more? And I'm just trying to encourage you to think a little bit further in that. Yeah, to really make that interstitial space, that intermediate space, that and so on space in between, to make it exactly that, and also the time in between and the function in between and so on, because that is exactly the meaning of the in between. It doesn't mean that nothing is happening. It means that there's actually a lot happening in the in between. It's just that we're not really paying attention to that. Yeah, I mean, we're always between something, and there's a lot happening between that, and especially the unhoused people are actually masters in finding these spaces in between and using them, and it is sometimes really incredibly creative what they can do with this nothing. Yeah, and I think that is actually here the inspiration then to make that in between the most important in your project. that is what that's what I'm trying to get. Yeah, to get as much out of your project as possible. You're providing us here with a very thorough base and a very well planned through proposal and so on. And now I just want more. Yeah, this is how this is. This is how cities work. Yeah, we want more. We need more.
Okay, thank you. And I think that's a good place to stop. Plus we have to go on to the next one. But nice job, Terry.
Thank you.
Good presentation. And I think that all those questions were things that you were thinking about. What is the in between? I agree with Karen, the temporal and the spatial. All right, next we have Ivan.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, yes. Hi. Okay, so I'll start. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ivan, and the project is titled A Series of Lively Events. So the title deals with the wordplay of studying the sectional quality of a building. It makes me think of what does it mean to design in section. And we can understand that by looking at architect Adolf Loos and his round plan, where things are organized vertically and different sized areas have different heights or volumes. And in this case, sometimes...
Ivan?
Yes?
You just pause
Yes.
for a second because George is going to switch over to this room. It's just 1 minute.
Okay.
Start over, okay?
Okay.
Do I need to restart the timer?
Yes. Thank you, Kristen.
Sorry about that. I think my computer froze for a second. Go ahead.
Sorry, it's my fault. I tried to text it, but it didn't work. It's okay. Apologies to the jurors. We have somebody joining us. Otherwise, they start and then they're always trying to catch up and they're like, what happened at the beginning that I missed?
I'm here.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Ivan, start over. Thank you.
All right. Okay, sounds good. I guess, yeah, I'd like to greet everyone again. Good afternoon. And my name is Ivan, and the title is named A Series of Lively Events. And this title deals with the wordplay of studying the sectional quality of a building, which makes me think of what does it mean to design in section. And we can understand that by looking at architect Adolf Loos and his round plan, where things are organized vertically and different sized areas have different heights or volumes. And in this case, sometimes people can see in between floors and levels aren't stacked evenly. And we can see this move in Beatriz Colomina's writing of The Split Wall, where she mentions that the object and the subject exchange places, and there is a piece of domestic drama. And the inhabitants of this space are both actors and spectators of the scene, that which are they involved in, yet detached from their own space. And in this project, similarly, it thinks about the sectional qualities of space to connect people between floors to accommodate a variety of room sizes through interlocking pieces together. And designing in section was important because I'm dealing with a multi-use building that has rooms of many different sizes that are fixed. Just going on to the area map, the project is located to the Skid Row area of downtown LA, which is surrounded by Little Tokyo to its north, the Arts District to the east, the Fashion District to the south, and the Financial District to the west. The zoning is currently for light industrial use, which allows zoning codes to be of unlimited height, which lets the building stand at 115 feet on a site that is measured 100 feet to 150 feet on a rectilinear shape, but tapers on to a point of 300 feet. The massing diagram to this right just shows the stacking order of 2 volumes of a pointed bar over a trapezoidal block. And to the right is showing a concept of establishing this idea of interlocking strategy within the form. So understanding the site also meant understanding the types of potential users for the building. And I found that in this area, it is filled with work catered to mostly individuals being part-time workers or people being involved in the factory or industrial sector. There's also the population of the students given the surrounding schools in the area. Another partner that I was thinking of is the Heart Oz of Los Angeles, or HOLA, which is an institution that has services that involve after-school programs, arts and music, and also sports. The contribution that will be done to this extension will be focusing more on the athletics and the wellness programs. So with that, I'd like to welcome you all to downtown LA, to the industrial side of Skid Row. And the site is located towards the point intersection of South Central Avenue on this street and Town Avenue on this street, which provides the site with 3 points of view just from this north perspective alone, and 2 long elevations on either street. The ground floor houses majority of the recreational floor plans with the indoor pool, some game rooms, a fishbowl room, some housing amenities, and also lobby entrances from Town Avenue and Central Avenue. Outside is an outdoor space that basically celebrates and forms a handshake with adjacent building to the south. I'm currently tag teaming with a peer, Terry, who just presented earlier, that has a contributing daycare facility in their project and goes well with the recreational aspects of my building, which allows the kids using his building as a facility for, or uses this activity as a facility for the part of the kids' activities. So going on to the floor plans, the second floor holds mainly the biggest room, which is the gymnasium that stacks on top of the ground level swimming pool, which creates an interlocking moment with a triple height space that also is accessed by the gym level or the gymnasium. There's also multi-purpose rooms and lounge areas that add activity in this space. In the third level, it's the same idea with the floor above containing bleachers and a running track that takes advantage of the high ceiling requirements for this fixed gymnasium room. So the arrangement of these floor plans are linear while being sensitive to the spaces that provide views towards the different stacking of activities. As a runner can see the basketball and the players being also able to see the pool, it was important for me to consider the idea of a theater in regards to viewing the performance of the spaces while also the possibility of the viewer being able to perform as well. And I designed these typical residential plans to take advantage of the established grid and celebrate the linear fixed boundary of it. And this possibility offers both a constraint with its unit stacking and gives moments of connecting private spaces towards its public spaces as seen in this moment right here. I designed these specific units to extend 2 floors to kind of give the idea of interlocking moments that could be seen in this next diagram, where these moments could give life and activity to the different heights and scales of the different void social spaces, or even these different unit types through interlocking in both plan and section. And with these units kind of expanding to 2 floors, as I mentioned earlier, it gives you the idea of a peephole that makes you look either from spaces from above or from below, or even outward. And this idea is better explained here in the unit plans, where the modular units act as Lego pieces that sit together once stacked and creates patches of social spaces in between. So below are typical units that basically form a studio unit and 2 different kinds of lofts. And the design of each unit has a central core containing a wet wall that acts as the buffer space in between the living room and the bedroom, and consistent throughout all the plans. So each unit has basically 600 to 800 square foot of space that allows each user or users to have basic amenities and live comfortably. So in this drawing, we can see a day in the life of this girl starting her day, prepping her first day at her new job, having breakfast and getting ready and leaving her unit in the circulation space. So this longitudinal section best samples all the ideas of the project, where I designed the building to reveal a dynamic section showing a stacking and locking of the housing units above and the recreational area below. And in this level, the idea of a peephole translates as the active community is able to see through the different performances, as you can see in this moment right here. And grayed out portions on the residential level are some of the vertical locking moments and elements from the different floors. And some of these imposed 2 levels also give the idea of the different lofts and 2 studio spaces. And this transverse section best samples how they are creating this idea of an interlock, with this resident being able to look down and outward, or some people may be able to look up or across the building. It also helps break the linear feel of the corridor that once you enter this rectilinear space that ends at a high note, it makes it feel more of a space than rather just a hallway, which also takes advantage of the passive ENV strategies that's being done that mainly focuses on circuit ventilation, cross ventilation, and also shading from the deep insets that these moments create. This wall section and partial elevation also demonstrates how the facade is reinforcing this idea of a section, where some of these moments would be acting as handrails and shading devices as support for these open spaces. This elevation is showing a study about the openings it creates while having a white facade. A plaster finish tied in with a touch of color distinguishes the private spaces and also the activity spaces. I did a conscious decision to make sure that the elevation is reflective of the sectional activities being done inside. And this section, this elevation is showing mainly this idea of how some of the open spaces span across the entire floor of the building, and also giving an idea of how the handshake is working with the partner building. So just to end, I'd like to mention that the project is basically a programmatic arrangement of these interlocking housing units and large activity spaces. And these series of engaging moments places a sequence of the varieties of its interior scale, while also giving the idea of a viewing box, which is being able to perform and see through the different spaces and as people engage. And through this arrangement of the housing and recreational areas of the building, the project reveals the sectional quality as well as the building's community functions. Thank you.
So is that Iron Man's ghost?
Essentially, yes. Oh no, you reminded me.
I don't know who else is here.
Sorry, we have
I think that
Peter, Tolkien, Karen, and Alistair.
Okay. I think the sectional variety is really nice. So I want to compliment you on that and the way you've worked out the units and how they interlock and create a variety of environments for people to live in. The idea of having apertures that allow people to be participating in one sport and see through to something that's going on in another part of the gymnasium. That's nice too. I wonder about that sort of idea throughout the project too. I mean, what's the relationship between the housing and the athletic facility underneath? You talked about on the front of your presentation about how it's an opportunity to do something and then also to observe something. And is that same phenomena take place between the housing and the gym, or does it take place within the housing? Feedback.
I'm sorry, George, my phone died. Can you repeat part of the question?
I was just mentioning, you started off your presentation talking about how you're working towards this agenda of being able to participate, people could participate and also observe. There's an opportunity to do both in a space. And I was asking the question, is this something that also occurs within the housing chunk? And also, does that occur between housing and the athletic facility? And I think broadly speaking, what is the relationship between the two different kinds of program? How do they interface with each other? And is there an idea about that?
Yes, actually, that's a good question to have. There was a conscience, well, I guess a very clear representation of that in one of the sections below in the transverse section, where mainly this slab here kind of separates those two different units. And although there is a celebration of this formal approach of this interlock units, I took this as more of a programmatic approach so that programs could either perform better individually, like how the housing gets this idea of the double orientation of their units with its verticality, and how air and views could be used by one housing unit. In the same way with the recreational aspect, because of how each space is in action of itself, and that as each person does its kind of individual workout, they feel much more connected to the others as they're doing the workout too, and creates the idea of the performance and the viewer while being a performer as well. And this separation happens to keep, I guess, also the idea of the level of privacy, to keep that intact. And I found that it might not be a very good approach for me at this moment to kind of merge these two programs, just because I was thinking of enhancing the individual experiences, kind of separating those, if that answers your question.
So is the project oriented towards the people without homes that currently live in that area, or is it just a project with this amazing amenity that's like more like a open to the general public and anybody could live there? I'm just trying to understand it because I noticed you have first of all quite a bit of parking underneath it, and so I don't know if the requirement was you put parking to meet some codes, or if there's some notion that people are coming that from a certain distance, and whether it's completely open and because in some ways the program is very similar from a building standpoint to something like the Los Angeles Athletic Club. That I don't know if you looked at any of these buildings from like probably mostly from the first half of 20th century, where there was a lot of social clubs and athletic clubs, which often had places maybe they were more like hotels on top with small rooms, but it's almost like a similar prototype of a building. But I'm not sure, like the last project, it seemed like the population that lived there might be going to school there, let's say, or their kids might be going to preschool. And there's a way in which, as if you think about this area of the city, that's somewhat been, it was an industrial area really that it was the last place for people to kind of go who didn't have a place to go. I could easily see this project being like market rate small units, but I'm not sure if that's really the intention, or if it's more really to serve this population, and then how the athletic facilities and those amenities sort of interact with the whole community, or is it just with that building?
Yes.
How do you think about it?
Yeah, I guess to answer your first two questions, yes, I see this project is mainly catered towards the sports community within the area, and the housing area is mainly for people who are just looking for like their own little housing units, given the general population of the amount of workers in the area. I took on that community or public approach, as you were mentioning earlier, when I was talking to a local representative from the recreational center at Queen Anne by Boyle Heights, where they were mentioning about how in their facility, there's also a significant amount of this community of the unhoused that uses the center as part of their, I guess, day. And they really don't see this as an exclusive area for, people who are just able, or people who are just, using or within this community. It's available for everybody. And I feel like that was one of the driving forces for me, because I saw this opportunity for a recreational center that generally kind of aids for a healthier lifestyle and kind of a mental well-being through, using this sports and just moving with your body. And I feel like when these people kind of participate in these social activities and start developing a sense of familiarity within each other, and it eventually leads to camaraderie between each other. And then maybe within this equation, this is where community happens, or maybe is strengthened with the possible residents, and also maybe addressing the issue of the unhoused and just everybody in the area. And
Ivan, just maybe keep your answers shorter, but
right.
I think it's just, he's just asking, the gym is for everybody in the neighborhood, and the housing is not like permanent supportive housing. It's just regular, affordable plus kind of market rate.
Got it.
Yes, I'm sorry.
I'm trying to understand what you mean to do with the terrace, the top of the gym, and its relationship to the housing.
On this floor plan, yes, I saw that as a moment to kind of buffer to this idea of kind of creating this viewing platform to the people using in this, I guess, in this floor plan alone, that kind of sees a little bit of the recreational space at the bottom. Where maybe this could be the moment when we were mentioning about earlier about how this units kind of connect with the bottom unit. Maybe they wouldn't be interacting with each other, but they could see each other.
Yeah, I guess.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Sorry. No, go ahead, George. Please finish your argument.
I see, and I'm looking at the transverse section where you can see that terrace, and there's a running track immediately beneath it, for example. And it would seem like that as a case in point to watch or be watched, participate or watch what's going on, that there could be moments where that running track also has exposure to the sky above, whether that's open literally to the sky or sky lit or something, but because it's active, right? And right now it seems like the programming of that terrace it doesn't have the same kind of vitality of some of the other environments. And conceivably, given the nature of the whole project, this could also have physical activity on it, even if it's specific to the residents, since it sort of lives in the space of the active block of the building, right? And
yeah.
And also the idea to be able to look down and watch a basketball game going on is, that's a very interesting idea too. So, and that's on the west side of the building also too. Is there tall buildings immediately to the west of that?
No.
Would that need some sort of screening or a way for it to be occupied, sun protected, that kind of thing? So.
Ivan, I think this is. I mean, you've gotten a lot done in this project. Yeah, this is. I think we all have no doubt about that, and I'm very happy because I hardly ever see this. That you've been thinking about natural light, ventilation, and all these kinds of things. Yeah, because this is seriously important. We cannot always put these ACs everywhere and just say, okay, fixed. Yeah. So in that respect, really congratulations. Now I want to push you a bit further because I think you can do that. You've answered a lot of questions that I had with the previous project. I'm seeing a lot more, I can imagine a lot more how life in this building is. And I think it is exciting. It's, it'll definitely be a success. But I would like to understand what is now the groundbreaking new thing here in the 21st century about your building. What are you actually giving to us that is so different, or that is also just a little bit different from what we already have in other buildings in downtown? So you could say now, and I'm answering this for you, the sports complex, which is public and not a private thing, yeah, for typical condos in downtown or something like that. Yes. You could also say the type of apartments and the very thoughtful actual development of actually planning your building more from the section than from the plan, which I think is great. And obviously we can see makes the whole thing much more exciting. But I'm still wondering, what is it actually contributing to the situation here in Los Angeles? And I'm not hinting at the homelessness now, but I'm hinting at this weird situation that we're having in an area like downtown, where in theory you could do a lot of things by walking, and you're still having 3 floors of parking underneath this building. And I would like to have actually a better proposal there, because this is a central area, and I'd like to see a bike parking or something like that. Or I'd like to see one plan, your site plan, that is telling me a 5-minute walking distance to the next metro station, or a 2-minute walking distance to the next bus stop, or something like that. And I want to go further. Your entrance into the building, the corner. No, I can find that. Exactly. So you've sort of cut off this corner on the sidewalk here, and in a way, it seems as if you're just making life a little bit easier for people to get around that. Yeah, that's great. Thank you. But I'm not really feeling that this is a public gesture, or that this is an urban solution that could really integrate this building and its ground floor into this crossing, into this intersection that we are seeing here. So I find that really the weakest spot of your building, and I know you haven't been you haven't been focusing on that, but for me, in a situation in downtown LA, I think I need to start on the ground floor. I need to feel drawn into a building, and this is an amazing site. Yeah, you can get into this building in theory from 3 sides. It is extremely present, and it's not really giving me any gesture of contributing to this public life that you're trying to sell us here in your drawing here. Yeah, and there I would like you to think a lot more about the life that you want to see in the streets around your building. Is that really still, I mean, if you start building tomorrow and it's done in 2025 or something like that, is that really still that Los Angeles where everybody's just driving in their individual cars, or are we maybe really thinking about narrowing streets and having more bike lanes and so on? Isn't it all a little bit more of a different city that you are hoping to plan this for? And then if you say yes, which I hope you do, then I would actually provoke you here and say, then really show even more of these activities, the sports stuff, inside to the outside. Yeah, you could have mirrors that, through the facade or from the facade somehow show more of the urban life inside and the inside life outside, because it is public, right? Your jogging path could run down a ramp and end up in the streets and stuff like that. Yeah. And then you really have something that I think you want to have. You want to connect this building to the public space. You want to make it lively. You do not want to have the equivalent of what there are so many of all these other apartment buildings that we know and that have recently been built in downtown, and they're sort of the private club thing, right? So this is just, I'm just throwing this all at you, and now you have to edit it, okay? It's just what this triggers in me. Sorry about that, but.
I think those comments are really excellent. I think that's, when I was asking the questions about the car and the various things, I was trying to get you to think about, like, well, what are the things that differentiate this from that kind of standard podium building with a lot of amenities and, nice apartments above. And I think you're trying to give something to the city, and I think you should let that, I don't think it has to be like super utopian or anything, but I think it should engage, especially in a city where the whole city's been, in a sense, carved by the car. And now we're trying to look at how can we, the car is not going away 100%, but we're certainly looking at how other things could start to carve their way through the city. And I think that's the opportunity, especially in this area, because in a way it is partly because this population of people have been living there, and now it's starting to transform. It does have opportunities that, let's say in LA, where there's so much fighting in single family residences about density and not allowing anything to happen. This is an area that things can happen. So I think you can be a little bit more aggressive maybe, or challenging to the status quo.
I am, Peter, forgive me if I interrupted you.
No, I'm done.
Okay. I would just say, so look, clearly this is a very capable project, and I appreciate the sectional work in particular. But look, you have these two references, Adolf Loos and Jimenez Lai, right? It's very clear. I think that, what these two designers are offering is spectacularly weird adjacencies, and it's to do with the particularity of, in Loos's case, the client, the real client, right? Let's say something like this, like to express themselves, right? This was always the message of Loos's work. He will give you a place to be as kitsch or whatever as you like, and there are some wonderful examples. And you have a swimming pool in your project, and I was instantly reminded, of course, of Josephine Baker's house, which is proof that even back then, swimming pools were understood to be weird, very strange spaces. And actually, if you think about the phenomenology of a swimming pool, it is extraordinarily unusual. And then Jimenez Lai, right, who's designing, stories, often for fictional clients, or anyway, constructing fictions. And the narratives that he builds are very strange and difficult. And the comic strip thing works really well because there is really a story, and you really have to dig in with his work and unpack all the references, and that's how you get rewarded, in his work. And I just think, listen more to those references and push the project harder. I mean, to say nothing of the parking. But the running track, why is it just flat? I mean, it could be going all over the place. The swimming pool, why is it in the ground floor? It could be next to the rooms. I mean, I don't know, I'm being stupid, obviously, but you could really push this harder. that's from me, everything.
The only thing I would say about the Adolf Loos thing, and I understand the reference with the kind of sectional idea, but to me, that's an art. I mean, in terms of the architectural work, it's very much work that's kind of got a separation between the public man and the private man. It's like almost completely private experience in those homes, you know, and in a way, when you're outside one of those buildings, you're really kind of like not getting in, like your eye's not getting in, your body's not getting in. It's very much a kind of private experience, I think, when you're out, and then when you're in, it's definitely this very rich environment. But I wonder about that reference because I think it's also very much this architecture of a certain kind of cleanliness and like on the outside, and very, it's like a certain kind of person that I don't think is the 21st century reality, at least not the US. You know, it's very kind of Germanic in a way. So I understand the spatial connection, but I wonder about the social.
Those were all really terrific comments, and I like that this is like Los and Jimenez, and looking at them even more. But I think, and I mean, I'm sure everybody agrees with me. The drawings are just so beautiful. They're just really stunning drawings. Anyway, Ivan, you're good.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.
All right, so Wendy is going to come here.
No, I'm coming here.
Oh, you're here. Oh, Emma, I'm sorry. And you're already here. All right, we will leave you with Emma. So Emma has 3 students. She's the only one with 3 students. So good luck, Emma.
Thank you. I am posting our concept board link into the chat so you guys have it at easy access. Thank you, Sarah. You guys kind of got an intro to the studio as a whole, I'm sure, from Sarah. Each section was looking at a slightly different neighborhood around downtown and a slightly different umbrella program. So for our studio, we're working in Chinatown, which if you're not super familiar with the area, is, you know, has a really rich cultural history, having been relocated from the Union Station site, and some pretty interesting typological specificities that exist only in that neighborhood, really, in LA, but also a very low-rise neighborhood that's zoned to be much taller and is kind of starting to really change in the way that a lot of the neighborhoods around it have already changed in terms of height and density. So an interesting neighborhood to be working in. And our umbrella program was sort of generally retail and entertainment and hospitality spaces. So students took that in slightly different directions, which you'll see. And I'm gonna share my screen, and I wanna, maybe we can, I can introduce the jurors briefly to the students, if you guys don't mind me briefly saying your bios, unless you'd rather introduce yourself, which also works. No strong preference. We have George Proctor, whom you know, the chair of the department. We have Peter Tolkien, who runs Tolo with Sarah, so welcome. We have Alistair Stokes. Alistair, you're working at Gensler these days, right? And you were teaching at Woodbury previously, so he has other teaching experience. And Karen Lorman, you teach at Cpp Arc, right? Great. Very excited to have all 4 of you here to look at the work. Let me get this up. And the students, same as kind of other sections, will moderate you through and kind of move you around. And then at that point, you can let us know if you want to kind of look at something specific after that. All right, Katrina, you ready? I see your cursor, but oh, can you put your microphone like right next to you? I can't hear you.
Let me turn up my volume. Okay, is this better?
That's better for me.
Okay. Hi, my name is Katrina Santos, and thank you for being here. Prior to the 21st century, travelers had no other option but to book hotels for temporary lodging. This meant that travelers looked at the room as the primary source of value when choosing accommodations, as that was where the hotels designed the value to be. However, since the creation of Airbnbs and hostels, an inevitable cultural change in temporary lodging was unavoidable. Now, instead of looking at the room as the only source of value, travelers look at the activities that they could experience outside of the room as the primary source of value. The project is located in Chinatown, Los Angeles. The site location faces North Broadway, one of Chinatown's main streets. It's positioned between two empty lots and an existing building. The two empty lots are currently being used for parking, but will face development in the future. The existing building, on the other hand, is Cathay Bank, one of the first of its kind in Los Angeles, and is a protected historical building. It is located within C2 zoning, but applies R4 zoning for its program use. The project is a mixed-use hotel and residential hybrid. Instead of stacking the programs one on top of the other, the project actually divides and disperses the three programs throughout the project, making use of voids cut in specific locations as public spaces and circulatory points to further the interaction between not only programs, but the users also, resulting in a kind of hyper experience for all users, which include the hotel guests, the residents, and the commercial users from around the neighborhood. Both the ground floor and the third level of the project display the mixture of programs and strategic use of a void. The ground floor shows the hotel and residential lobby facing the street, as well as the commercial spaces situated behind it, facing the main courtyard created by the void. On the third floor, hotel services like the spa lounge is shown alongside the residential services like the daycare. The first view shows a street view of the hotel and residential lobby, as well as the commercial cafe located above it. The second view shows the spa located on the third floor adjacent to an exterior green space. The plan of the ninth level shows the arrangement of hotel and residential units, as well as the outdoor space available to it. The units include 2 studios, a 1-bedroom, and a 2-bedroom unit. In the project, the hotel and residential units of the same type all use the same configurations architecturally, allowing the 2 programs easy disbursement throughout the upper levels, while still allowing them to be interchangeable. The diagram displays how the 2 different uses could affect the arrangement within the unit type. The 11th level shows further mixture of the hotel and residential services, encouraging interaction between users, as it displays the breakfast zone for the hotel guests in conjunction to an exterior space, as well as the fitness center available to both hotel and residential users. The section shows the disbursement of the 3 main programs throughout the project, most of which are placed around the social voids. The lower levels of the project mainly contain the more public programs, which include the commercial spaces, the hotel amenities like the spa, and the residential amenities like the daycare center. The levels after that contain the hotel and residential units, along with the green spaces specifically created to cater to the hotel users and the residents. On the topmost level, a mixture of the hotel and residential amenities are once again concentrated around an exterior space to encourage further interaction between programs and users. Some voids, specifically the main courtyard on the ground floor, also formally act as a way to slim down certain portions of the project, taking advantage of the opening that Cathay Bank provides and resulting in more daylight intake for the project. The views show the interaction between the public programs and the void spaces. The first one shows a commercial space adjacent to the main courtyard on the ground floor, while the second view shows the breakfast zone and game room connected by an exterior green space. Perforated metal screens are used on the project's two main facades, which face North Broadway and Cathay Bank. The screens are used to provide privacy for the project, while also formally unifying it. The movement seen on the screen is a direct reflection of the arrangement of the units or spaces behind it. On the lower levels, it is used to cover the main courtyard in order to create a separation between the project and Cathay Bank. On the upper levels, the screens are used to partially cover the balconies and windows in order to give users the choice of exposure. A close-up of the section shows how the division of programs and locations of void spaces within the project allow users the opportunity to intermingle and interact within the design spaces, with darker silhouettes acting as the hotel guests and the lighter silhouettes representing the residents, answering travelers' needs for an experience outside of the hotel room. Thank you.
Can you stop moderating so I can snoop around in your drawings? Thanks.
And you guys can always take over moderation if you want to pull us somewhere or ask me to kind of move my screen to a certain drawing so we're all looking at the same thing.
I'm kind of reminded of, sorry, this is a bit of a tangent straight away, but I'm kind of reminded of this really great hotel I stayed at once in Krakow in Poland, which was like a dispersed hotel. It was like a bunch of rooms all over the city. And you go to a kind of central check-in desk and they give you a key and some directions, And I think the same sort of thing is actually quite common in Portugal too, at least in Lisbon. Clearly, this isn't exactly, that, but I do wonder about the possibility of getting to know a place when you already exist in a microcosm. I think there's a little bit of, for me, a dichotomy here, or at least a question to be asked about what appears to be like how you play with this idea of getting people out of the building and into the community and square that with the sort of adjacency of all these interests within the building. I do think it's interesting. Is Airbnb banned in this building? Is there a restrictive covenant or something, or HOA rules say you cannot Airbnb? Or...
I don't think the Airbnb would specifically be banned in the building since it does have a residential aspect, but also at the same time, I think that would have to be covered more between I think legally, with all the legalities for Airbnbs. I think that's much more of a I think it won't be banned residential wise, but for the hotel, it's kind of hard to answer since the hotel aspect is a competitor for the Airbnb.
I
But
mean, that's why I'm asking.
yeah,
It's a silly question. I mean, it is, but it was something that came to mind.
No, I think it's an interesting question because it hints at something that is probably a little bit in the air, because we're currently at this point where we also think we always have to own the place we live in. And there are also countries and societies in which that is not like that, and also not even making sense economically. And okay, now we've just been spending a year locked up. But in general, I think the tendency of a lot of people is that they actually want to live in different places in their lives. And be it for work or be it for just having another experience in a different culture or something like that. And this example of sort of between hotel and apartment building and so on, where you actually rent and you're not being punished for being a renter, so on. It's one step in that direction. And maybe here in the United States, we're still very far away from this, because everybody tries to own as soon as possible. But I can tell you that in Europe, this is quite different. And a lot of people are actually not even looking into owning at all. And because it also financially doesn't make sense anymore. So my interest is actually really to understand how this very other group of people who are interested in living in your building, Katrina, meld with the existing demographics in Chinatown, and whether you have also thought about that, if that is, well, what we often call gentrification, or is it maybe something that could really work very well together? I mean, I'm not saying that gentrification by definition is bad. I'm just, hinting at it because it's something that is happening in many places. How do you see the daily life in and around your building, and in the streets, and when people leave your building, what do they do? Do they stay in Chinatown? Are they going somewhere completely different? You're also providing, we just had it in the previous group of students, questioning actually the amount of parking lots that are still in your building, and we are in the 21st century and trying to get rid of driving, at least to some extent. And Chinatown is actually pretty well connected with public transport and so on. So can you speak a little bit more about this life in the streets and then in the more public parts of your building, and how you see Chinatown as we know it reacting to your program proposal?
I think for the life that's going on around the building, like specifically residents would probably mostly stay around Chinatown, since that is where like they live, and that's where all the available like services are for them for their daily lives, while hotel guests could explore even further. And but also for like the third users, like the residents, they would also still just stay around Chinatown. Sorry, what was the second part of the question?
Yeah, no, I think you were answering it. I mean, okay, it's like my other question is the question that I'm actually probably most likely get annoyed by myself, which is, how is this 21st century showing up in your project? You have provided 3 floors of parking, I think. And this one really still need that in a place like Chinatown, where everything, there's a very good public transport connection, and shouldn't.
Because Sarah was very polite in the last reviews and didn't say this, but we actually made the students meet contemporary zoning parking requirements for all of their projects, regardless of whether or not they needed it, right? And I think there's, every once in a while, a student kind of has a very specific reason to lessen that. But that was sort of like a box that we wanted them to check, right? And to kind of be thinking about these kind of practical aspects, like how do you approach in a car? Is there a loading dock, right? These kind of like back of house parts of things.
So in
Got it.
response, I was going to say, so in response to that, you could play both narratives, but you have to reconcile this more pragmatic, immediate need. But you can also anticipate that in the future, this is a garage full of e-cars that people could check out like a grocery cart, and there is a lift, and you call up from upstairs, I'd like to have a car ready at 3:15, I've got to go somewhere, and it's sitting there waiting for you at the curb. But it's also available to other people in the neighborhood. So it's a business. So in the short term, it serves the immediate needs of how people still predominantly get around in Los Angeles, but longer term, it could be repurposed and still have some kind of potentially even greater economic vitality. What's the cost of a parking space? Is something like $80,000 is what Kit Dixon tells us. So that's a lot of money to park a car and to amortize.
Sorry, no, but it would actually finance the whole building almost, right?
Yeah.
If you applied what you were just suggesting, and I think that's actually a very interesting way of thinking this.
So just a couple blocks away is the Cecil Hotel, which has a mixture of permanent residents and transient occupants. I don't mean as in the kind that live in tents, but they come and visit and stay for short term. Two separate entrances, and but a common core, which is a bit awkward. And I didn't look carefully, but how is the technical aspect of occupying this building with two different audiences handled? Do they have separate cores, separate fire egress? It's interesting to look at the narrative of the Cecil Hotel and why the reconfiguration of that as two separate vendors, two separate hotels, really operated by the same owner, was problematic. So, are those aspects of the building separated?
No, they're not really separated since both cores are accessible to all users. Yeah. So there's a very ambiguous aspect of the project where it's like really a mixture. Like the spaces are really a mixture of each other. So like not one like level or floor is really like at least like two users use like one level of floor or one space.
Mm-hmm.
So
Well,
the program's mixed on every floor, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, there's at least two programs working on every floor.
So, because I was wondering, and maybe this is somewhat related, did you have a conscious kind of representational strategy with the black and white and really not sort of differentiating the programs in terms of, was that something you were thinking about in terms of how you represented the project?
Yes, when I used the black and white, I mostly thought about like represented it as like the exterior, like the void space connecting like the interiors.
Because I was just curious, because I was having, some, not trouble, but just some difficulty, like actually determining what is hotel and what is, let's say, residential in this, in the more traditional sense. But I wasn't sure if that was like a conscious effort to kind of sort of blend that in a way, or if it's just because you just decided to make the presentation black and white.
Well, for the unit plan on the 9th level, there was a conscious choice of not really differentiating between the units, since all units are available to be like to act as either a hotel unit or a residential unit. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, maybe I missed that.
Well, there is a history of it being a problem to mix a transient audience with permanent residents on both opposite sides of that spectrum, whether it's a bad thing or a bad thing for the transient, the visitors, mixing it up with the permanent residents or vice versa. And I wonder about that. And I wonder how, so it seems like that's an area of investigation where we could live in a world where we say it doesn't matter and everybody's going to be well behaved, or we could look at where this has been a model that's been explored already and sort of discover what the issues are and see if there's a role for design to play in that, where it might be mitigated. And obviously one that proved to be a problem with the scenario that's a couple blocks away is they should have had separate cores, but it was a retrofit. But it could also be regulated, the price point of, which is probably flies in the face of, I think, some of your intentions, but the price point could eliminate or constrain the occupants that are in here, whether, wherever that lands on the economic spectrum. So you have people with similar economic position that might be coming to this place to stay either permanently or short term. And I wonder how, once that's identified, I wonder how the other ancillary program plays a role in who comes here and stays here, whether short term or long term, and how all those other little program parts work together collectively, or what their larger purposes are, besides it's a place where you go on the treadmill, or a place where you gather for a business meeting because that's where you're staying while out of town. Do you have any thoughts about that?
Sorry, can you I think I got confused while you were talking, but can you restate the main question?
So, well, it's actually two different things, right? One is how do you handle, as an architect or a designer of this environment, how do you handle the inherent tension between two different audiences, one that stays permanently and one that comes and visits occasionally, right? Which is not always it's not going to be the same people, right? So there's all kinds of examples of that producing issues. Is there something that could be designed for in that context? And I maybe don't have the answer right now, but I think that's something that should be investigated. And maybe there is a role to fix or correct or design for that so that it is not an issue, or maybe this is something that's handled in a realm that has nothing to do with the design, or maybe it has a combination of both. The other part of the question is, all of the other program pieces, what's their role in this relationship between the two audiences, right? So we have an exercise room, or you have all the kinds of things that are part of a hotel, but on top of the building, you have a bar. So there's I haven't been there in a long time. There used to be a really wonderful steakhouse bar restaurant on top of a building in Westwood that was renovated after the last time I've been there. And you had to go up through a series of medical and psychiatric offices and get to the top floor, walk down an anonymous corridor, and pop through a door where you stepped over a strange stoop into a wonderful restaurant that looked out across all of Los Angeles in all directions. So there's a clear disconnect between that and the rest of the building, kind of a secret spot to visit. What's the idea about all of these other pieces that are part of the project? And
I just always thought of the other program pieces as a way to make the users all interact with each other and make them kind of have to travel throughout the building and discover those spaces for and just further their interaction.
So it seems
kind of resulting in an experience for them outside of the actual room, which was the point of the project. So instead of the room of specifically the hotel room being the primary source of value, the other spaces instead are what attracts the users.
So it would seem like the circulation armature then has a special role in this, and an idea about how that's designed and shaped.
So some of the circulation are actually especially the like with the voids placed on the ground floor, which is the main courtyard. I did make it so that like this void is also acting as a circulation to connect like the users with like all the programs that are surrounding it.
So the interesting thing about a circulation armature is it's a narrative, right? You have all these episodes that you connect up to, right? You're going to go to the bar, or you're going to go to the gym, or you're going to go to the terrace, and they're all moments along some way to get there, vertical, horizontal. Seems like that, especially that part of your project, seems like a very important way to maybe mitigate the interface between two different audiences and also add a lot of vitality to the project.
Were you ready, were you done, George? I'm sorry, I didn't want to
Yeah, go
interrupt
ahead.
you. Yeah.
Go ahead.
You know, I'm intrigued by this idea of mixing these two different functions and so on. And I'm just wondering if I come there as a hotel guest and I walk myself up, then I would like to have really that experience of us walking through the building. And I was just looking at the options I have, and actually the staircase is not a staircase that I would probably walk up. So I would go into the elevator and take the elevator. So I'm not really having this experience of slowly working myself up and probably, you know, being curious about the third floor or about the fifth floor or something like that. But it's more that I have to decide where I'm going because I'm going to go into the elevator. It works on the first, yeah, it works on the first sort of lobby, in the lobby area, but that is what is uniting everybody anyways. So wouldn't it be actually then the right thing that one really encourages this mix of the two units and says the whole accessibility is being celebrated in a way that people are probably really walking up ramps or staircases, slower staircases through the building, which of course would be a completely other floor plan because it needs space, right? And there I have a bit of doubt that that is actually working, yeah, that interaction between these two user groups, especially. Because I don't think I want to go up and down the more or less emergency staircase. I mean, I'm not going to meet anybody there. It's also not the greatest experience, yeah. But had that, for example, on level 11 and 9, you were showing this the two staircases. The one at the corner is a closed staircase. It could have been something that at least gives you the experience of looking outside, and while you are working up yourself upstairs, you have a look over Los Angeles or over the neighborhood at least. You know, something like that could help people to be a bit more curious and sort of meandering around the building, yeah, and being more. But I think when I see the plans as they are in sections, without anybody telling me that I'm actually even allowed to walk around everywhere, I would probably never get the idea, because in most places, especially in hotels, they're always saying, you know, just go to the floor where your room is and do not disturb anybody else. I think there's a little bit of a logistics controversy here, but it can be fixed if you want to fix it.
That's why I was trying to understand whether the idea was to hide a hotel in the building in a way, in a residential building. And it was more of a stealth idea about how do we mix in this, like, I keep thinking about this Airbnb. People are renting out their houses in their neighborhoods now, and sometimes the neighbors are not happy because they're basically turning these homes into hotels. And I wasn't sure if you were trying to in a sense, do that same operation in a residential building, you know, maybe with one operator who bought 50 rooms and decided that they were gonna open up a hotel in there. And because to me, it feels very, yeah, it's in the flow of that building. It doesn't have, I guess it's partly the public amenity or the kind of promenade through the building that you would expect more of. But I'm not saying it has to be. Maybe there's this, like I was thinking, maybe it's really interesting psychologically because you're going up to your room and you don't know if the person next door to you really lives there full time. Because I find one of the things that differs for me when I'm on vacation is my brain changes. I like have a totally different psychological like outlet when I go from being like working all the time to like, oh, now I'm free to, I'm not working right now. I got to stop that. And I'm like in a different, I feel different a lot of times. And so I don't know if that's a combination of, you know, like almost like different identities is existing in this building and how does it get expressed? And then when I looked at the 2 floor plans of the 2 units, at least from my eyesight at this distance, I can't really tell what the difference is. And I wasn't sure if you were consciously trying to make them the same. Like, I don't know if it's just the label that says hotel and residential, or is there something very specific going on? But those are like detailed questions and I'm not sure you can answer them. I just think it's food for thought.
So I made it so that the units, the hotel and residential units, they're actually the same like unit. Only,
Right.
but like the use inside is different. So that's where like the ambiguity, the idea of ambiguity kind of comes in, where like depending on the need, like it could either be a hotel unit or a residential unit.
So I guess I feel like you need to push that ambiguity farther into this project to really make that, because I don't think it can just be you labeled that one's a hotel and one's a residential. I think, I'm not saying it as, I think that the fact that they're similar is really interesting, but maybe there has to be some way in which you, both in terms of how you circulate in the building, you don't think this is just any old residential apartment building. And also when you're in the unit, maybe there's something that, I don't know if it could even just be the color, or it could be, I don't know how it works. Somebody's going to come change your bedding versus if someone lives there all the time. When you go to a hotel, you have a different experience sometimes that, you're not having to clean up after yourself or whatever it might be. I'm just trying to think, I think it might be this other grain that would add to the project in terms of how you think about it.
So I think as a kind of thesis, which is sort of part of senior project, not actually, but it's more of a culminating project that's also has a kind of technical resolution too, but there's a thesis element to it. Is like, is there a place or a role for architects to reconcile this interface between occupants that are more of a permanent nature and those that are transient? And I think, if you look at resort communities where some people are permanent residents and then the person who owns the house next door puts it in the pool and that's part of their business model. They want to just use it a few weeks a year and otherwise it's an investment and somebody else uses it and they have a cleaning service, and otherwise why people are there or for the context, for the other amenities that are outside the project, right? So like Las Vegas is littered with all of these high-rise towers now that developed as a part of a casino complex, and people can buy very expensive, starting around $2 million and up, condos in places like Beers Towers and such, right? And why are they there? For the occasional getaway. Some people who live and work there, it may be that they can, maybe there's somebody who are a performer, I don't know. They can afford that and they live there full time. So is it necessary? When is it necessary? It seems like you don't have the amenities at the moment in your context that are like when somebody wants to go to Mammoth Lakes, or they want to go to Las Vegas, or wherever, Cabo San Lucas. They want to go to some place where there are folks occupying a building in both of these modes. And I would think in a project like this probably would help to think about how it's handled currently in places where a designer has done nothing and it's a consequence of operations. And what's the shortcoming of that? And discover that space, and then that could be, thesis worthy, right? That space that has not been addressed, or the potential to address something that no one's looked at. And I think that's the role of thesis, whether we're talking about senior project or the MARC program too.
Great. We should move to the next student, but all really kind of insightful comments here for Katrina. Great, thank you, Katrina. We are moving one to the right to Donnie, who will walk us through his boards.
Hello, everyone. Good day. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Excellent. I'll start moderating. Okay. So my project, it's an urban visual arts center with a performance art component located in Chinatown. It's designed to serve the local community and to attract tourists and serve. The project reevaluates and addresses the engagement with the arts and opportunities for communal experience in the wake of pandemic. So I have this concept image here, trying to create these spaces that allow for the gathering of people, whether you're one person gathering with others or you're gathering with your friends. So the idea is creating these spaces that create a connection with people and still respect that COVID-19 regulations established by the CDC. So my primary objective of design is to create innovative spaces that allow for a communal experience while adhering to CDC's recommendations while planning for a post-COVID-19 world. Large span system allows for column-free space that can be opened up entirely to the outside air and allows the architecture to become a canvas for theater, film projections, various visual arts that is visible from the adjacent metro line and by passersby. I established a 6-foot modular grid that is applied in plan to emphasize the social distancing concept and a diaphanous facade that promotes passive ventilation for health and wellness. In section, there are varied datums and ways to engage the visual and performing arts viewing experience through the changing of positions, postures that extend beyond sitting from a chair.
Tony, can you move us through? Oh yeah, move us through your drawings.
Okay, so my project. So what I did is for my project is I subdivided a 27,000 square foot lot, and I chose to privilege the north facade on Alpine. And so I border Alameda, Alpine, and then Main. And my project is zoned C2. And here is a vicinity map so you can see. So you can see around the perimeter there on the east, there's a lot of vacancies. There's empty lots, and then it transitions into industrial on the east. On the north, there's vacant lot as well, and then to some commercial. And the unique part is that I border, I'm adjacent to the Metro Gold Line, also known now as the L Line. And so I have a lot of things. So I have commercial bordering around me, with Northwest being one of the higher structures competing with my structure, proposed structure, and the remainder of the perimeter is kind of about like under four stories. And so in my diagram, I show you can see this whole this is the entire lot that was showing that how I subdivided it, facing privileging the north facade being the largest facade, and then with secondary facades on the side. I did this because I wanted to have 3 faces and see what I could create with that design, but it also created a unique limitation, which in order to keep the 10,000 square foot mark, it made my width really narrow, about 50 feet, with a depth about a 205 largest length. So no front setbacks or side setbacks. And so the idea of my massing, this is my final concept of a massing, the suspended volume. I drew from a lot of originally the ideas of a lot of cantilever structures, but I really fell to liking Lina Bobardi's project in Sao Paulo, the Museum of Art, where she has this elevated bar that that is supported by these giant piers, and then this creating this rigid frame. And so a lot of my inspiration from that was drawn from there. And for my massing, you can see my structural concept. It's this idea of these two columns where Lena had these void columns. I filled it with circulation. And then you have the idea of these added longitudinal beams, where she had two, there was a third, and I also filled them with program, which became my digital video art aspect galleries. And so because of the hollowness of that structural box girder, it created this dark space, which was perfect for my galleries. And then pretty much the skin envelope and the resultant, what kind of the idea of what it looks like. Moving to the site plan, you can see that Alpine Metro line, and I have 3 points of entrance, main entrance being on the north side. And I have automated and loading zone areas, and all sides are accessible, ADA accessible and pedestrian accessible. So let's move to my plans. So this is my ground level plan. In my thinking, my first floor is actually on the second floor. By using this type of structure, elevated using these columns, and I was able to suspend the first floor. And by doing that, it allows me to have this open space that whether you're coming in, you can go down, and it complements the tiering that it creates from below grade at 7 feet. And you can move up to the second floor, which is my first floor. And I'll show you. So I have this rendering. So this would be coming from the north end. And you have the option of picking a module and, and watch a presentation, or if this was blank, watch a cinema, something, a documentary, or what would be presented for that day. And the idea is that the building itself is a canvas for this urban art, street art, representing the taste of the community, the ideologies of the moment. And so you can see the mezzanine up on top, which would be my first floor. And okay, so this is the ground level, 2 cores. And one of the things that's common with my program is that all the communal space is bookend or contained inside those structural columns. And so I have service at the ends on the east, and then my back of house at the west, and that's projected throughout the 3 types of program, which is performing arts, video, digital art within those structural longitudinal columns, and what I'm calling my MEP and gallery. So I guess maybe this is a better picture. So this is an elevation. On the foreground, you have the metro, and this would be the ground floor going down. You can't see it, but so you have your mezzanine, which is part of the performing arts, and then you have another performing arts here that can be seen from the metro, because the facade are open operable louvers, and they allow you to see what's happening inside, creating that relationship. Whether you're passing by or on the metro, you participate in that relationship of being a spectator. And then it's a little hard to see, but there's my video digital art. It's this structural column going horizontal across. You can see it. It's actually you can't see it, but you can see where it begins because it's colored dark, and it goes across. So that if you are in there, it would look something like this. So this is my structural longitudinal box girder beam, and within it you have this module as well. In this case, it's a 12 by 12, but so it's double the portion, but you can see the grid. Everything I try to orient to a grid, whether the structure or these tiering steps, cascading steps. But this would be for someone presenting their video ideas that they created maybe within an hour, or something for, more well thought out, developed, right? Projecting a documentary or something of that nature. So going back to my plans, third level plan. So this is the plan that projects that is closer relationship to the metro around the same, say, elevations. So you can through these operable louvers, you can have this connection between outside and inside. Another thing with my project is the health and wellness aspect, being contained within a confined environment. With the CDC requirements, right? It's always, it's not recommended, right? Okay, so this is my idea. My sections, you can see in the sections, the different levels: performing arts, my video art, my urban art displays, etc. And I will leave you with that. Time's up, sorry.
Hello, Donnie. I was speaking into a silent microphone. Thanks for your presentation. I'm sorry that you couldn't get through the whole thing. I mean, clearly you have a lot of ideas, and it's really nice to see, someone trying to like get all of that out on paper. It's pretty cool. One thing kind of like stands out to me a little bit, and it seems like a really important part of your project, but I can't explain why it exists, which is why these box girders have to be completely dark. Why it's a continuous surface, because structurally you don't need to do that. So I'm kind of, it must be a really intentional thing. And it seems to be driving a lot of the program. So can you just speak to that a little?
Sure. So the idea was purposeful to keep them dark. The original idea was to create these perforations, but then I was wondering, well, if I perforated the structural column, how would that react with the media inside? If I'm dedicating that media just for video art, things with lighting and glare. So that was what probably my main reason is do I want to add these secondary structures that block light, or would it be better just to keep it contained in darkness? And yeah, the top bar or longitudinal, the main one at the top is actually open at the ends. If you look at the elevations, you kind of can see through it. So that one was not really designed to be that video art, but it's more open-ended with what you wanted to do.
Yeah, it's just funny to me because you have these louvers elsewhere. Like there are all these operable louvers. That I guess could also be opaque instead of translucent. I don't know. It's, yeah, I mean, I could see how it'd be pretty cool. Sorry, I just straight away was digging into the weeds. I mean, I have a lot of these weeds-like questions about this project in a way, which I think is a maybe it's a good thing. Why? I'm looking at your sort of concept sketch, right? This 9 square, well, yeah, 9 square thing, and I see this motif around the project, right? And I'm wondering why the steps and not like a slope or you know, a hill, let's say, or you know, why? What is the specificity around this move?
I think the steps provide a very clear change. I guess in threshold, people can delineate real quickly what a 6-foot mark could be, and by the staggering elevation, you can also use it as a backrest. That was the idea, is to clearly, I guess, provide a sense of a place that is safe. When you think of 6-foot module or a 6-foot separation in COVID times, right? There is an automatic think, oh, if I'm 6 feet away and wearing my mask, I'm safe, right? And I think by implementing it in the architecture that way, I think it's very, I guess, bottom shelf accessible, maybe. Or maybe I'm inferring stuff or assuming, but that was the idea.
But maybe, but Donnie, maybe is this an elephant in the room here? Like, what about after COVID?
Oh, well, yeah, no, I mean, again, I think because of the way things are, it can be used, the way it's designed. I mean, you don't have, I mean, after COVID, it can be populated. I mean, you can pick a module and populate it with your friends. And you don't need to adhere to the separation. But I think my approach is instead of retrofitting a building, right, and making it conform to, you know, the latest CDC rules, what if you already thought of these things now?
So I think that's a really, I mean, the role of regulation in the, I mean, what you're starting to address there is, I think, like part of the fundamentals of why of architecture, right? The practice of architecture. Mm-hmm. You know, because in California the rules change every 3 years, sort of, right? Yeah. A little bit. Yeah. And you know, I do think that it's a really interesting, I mean, to speak to the idea of a thesis, which I understand that these projects are not necessarily doing, but the idea that you can, the idea of dealing with regulation in a project, I think is a really interesting beginning of a thesis. But in order to, you know, and I'm a little bit of a purist in this, I guess, but, you know, in order to be a thesis, I think the project has to tackle that problem on like multiple levels and like completely thoroughly, you know, which is to say that, you know, I think that, you know, all your presuppositions about, you know, what these stairs look like, what an elevator looks like, you know, all this stuff, why don't you just change all of that as well? I mean, you could just go the whole way, right? Mm-hmm. And then you have an environment which is based on a set of regulations that were generated for a, you know, a pandemic of some kind of contemporaneity. And you then have to imagine what the future of that building is after those regulations are irrelevant. That, for me, this is kind of interesting, actually, and it relates back to like the role of the building code, or, you know, these sorts of things. I don't know. Maybe I'm just alone in that, though. Anyone else?
I don't think you are. It seems like to sort of manage that kind of change, it wants to be more analog and less digital. And it's more on a rheostat instead of a click, 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 right? So, but I agree with having some sort of thesis premise that regulates multiple levels of this. But there's also this other idea, this is a place for media and media as the future. And then I wonder how that fits into this scenario of the COVID world and being cognizant of really not building regulations as much as their social regulations. And I guess that also begs the question, does an architecture have to meter out transient social regulations, which will change. Will change as CDC rules change, and will change as vaccinations are invented or people get to herd immunity or whatever. And so where is the role for architecture in all this? Should architecture be made in a permanent way to address a kind of temporary phenomenon? And if so, if you make it permanent and sort of recognize that moment in history in your architecture, then I think you're on the hook for developing a way to make it adaptable and not assume that it'll just be occupied in ways that people figure out on the fly. Well, maybe that's part of the scenario, and then you have to, I think, articulate how that happens. What do you do with all the poche? That's what, so I'm looking more, you know, sectionally or spatially, all that poche, why, so this also goes back to the point of why the solid beams, right? If you're gonna have like the black box, can't you have a volume in the black box? I mean, what do you do with the underside of that ramp or cascading stair or the places where you have those solids? Can you do something with them? Certainly we need spaces for chase and plenum to handle all of the other junk that has to be in a building. But that's pretty, some of those are pretty substantial, and those could make for interesting environments to occupy. It's interesting when somebody puts a pool on the top of a deck in a podium project over the top of where the ramp goes down to access the parking garage, right? So you leverage that you have to do this thing to make one aspect of a project work. So you use it at the service of something else that is less utilitarian and serve as an amenity to the project. I'm not saying to put a swimming pool in here. I'm just anecdotally saying, I think that those kinds of things, once you do them, you want to explore the possibilities. What could they become? But both the stairs have to be the same. Both the stairs have to be the same width. I wonder about the symmetries. I mean, there's a subtle break from symmetry in this, but how do you, which stair is more prominent? What is the principal means of moving up and down? Can the stair be made in such a way that it's more inviting and less of a fire stair? Broader, taller, the walls are perforated in a way that meets code so that you can get light inside of them.
I think you're mentioning the staircases. That gives me sort of the entry in what my questions will be for you, or comments. I do think you know, you're obviously capable of doing an elegant building, a consequent building, and a beautiful presentation. But Donnie, I'm wondering about your feelings and your thoughts about that site that you have picked, because you picked it, and how this building is actually communicating with the outside. And I think maybe integrating urbanistically very well, but in a way, I'm not seeing in your presentation anything of how really you would perceive the city from inside that building. You have all these big glass open facades and so on, and I mean that is actually, you know, it's all so focused on the building, and yes, that was the job, but you know, the communication between the building and the outside and the city in which it is, and the views and things like that, that makes the whole thing a real experience. I mean, why does everybody want to live on top of the hill? Because of the panorama and so on. And especially in that position, I think you could really celebrate that. And then you really wonder why these staircases have to be enclosed in thick walls, and if they and whether they could not probably be also much more celebrated and, you know, walking up or down and so on, you know. it will probably get a couple of people out of the elevators, because that is also one of those things that during COVID was discouraged pretty much. So maybe there would be really a completely other way of circulating through your building. And I would like to throw into the fray the Jussieu Library from OMA that is more ramping up. And I mean, you're referencing Lina Bo Bardi, and I think we all agree that that is a fantastic building. But I find you're probably a little bit too close to the original. I mean, you're in a completely other city. I mean, it's like, I mean, in a way, I find this a bit too easy. Yeah. And it would have been interesting to say, okay, I do like this Bo Bardi thing, and it's all a great idea, but maybe I want to add something to it, because my guiding principle is actually the social distancing and all of that. Yeah. And in that respect, I'm missing a little bit the connection to the place where you are, and a certain consequence in what you put out as your own guidelines. It's still a really cool project, yeah. I mean, definitely. But okay, stop.
All good comments. We've got only a couple of minutes left, but any kind of other closing comments for Donnie?
I think.
Oh, Peter, I think muted if you were talking.
He was going to say something.
Go ahead. I'll wait.
I was just going to say, I want to compliment the kind of Blade Runner qualities of being on the gold line, flying past the building, where the whole building wall is, is a giant screen. There's something interesting about that. And I think that as a media center, it could be interesting if that is somewhat diaphanous. So the light actually broadcasts to the interior, and you can see from the inside out and see through the screen what's on it. So it sort of adds layers. The light will constantly change the quality of the experience inside the space. I think that has lots of potential. Mm-hmm. So I think that could be explored more. Next project, right?
True. Thank you, George.
I think the program is an interesting program in its relationship to the metro line. And one of the things, I don't know what the answer is, but there's a way in which the building has this kind of infrastructural quality to it, and some of the weighty aspects of it, like and I guess George was talking about it being analog. And I'm trying to understand, like, does it want to, like, I know that the Bombardi work is very, like, kind of brutal in a way, and you really feel the physicality of the architecture in her work, and that the way that those floors span. And so I think that's one idea. And then there's this like other thing with the digital media, like even in your renderings there's some digital, and then there's this almost like what looks to me like a street, like a mosaic, not mosaic, mural painting. And so I mean, I like the idea of this very interesting urban almost like a social condenser for the arts, almost like a contemporary version of a Pompidou Center for Los Angeles that's culturally diverse. But somehow, I don't know if it's too heavy. Maybe I agree with Karen that, or maybe it has to, the open parts of it can be really heavy, and how it relates to the transit and the kind of structure of that, the large pilotis of the transit, and then other aspects maybe need to be much more delicate. And I'm not sure, but I think it's a really interesting project that you're working on.
Thank you.
Thank you guys so much for those comments, all very good ones for Donnie to consider. Thank you, Donnie.
Thank you, Emma.
All right, we have one more student for the evening and for the year. No pressure, Michael. Let me know when you're ready to moderate and you can take it away.
Okay, cool. I'll start the moderation. Hello, everyone. I just want to thank you guys for being here. And I'll go ahead and start. Los Angeles has the largest manufacturing hub within the United States. Although manufacturing plays such a vital role within the city, it is often isolated due to its known negative impacts on the environment. In its current layout, factories tend to operate horizontally, taking up multiple acres of land and yielding large amounts of toxic waste and greenhouse gases. Fortunately, technological advancements now allow factories to operate in a more sustainable fashion with reduced air, land, and water pollution, enabling them to once again be located closer to the city. This thesis project, titled as Urban Assembly, proposes an investigation regarding the reintegration of production spaces within an urban environment. In doing so, the building operates under a vertically integrated system, taking advantage of the environmental and economic benefits associated with urban production. Located on the corner of Alpine and Alameda, the site resides on the east side of Chinatown, where a majority of the buildings are industrially zoned. With a square footage of approximately 10,000, this smaller site reflects an immediate preservation of land, as the factory would be occupying more space vertically rather than horizontally. The site is zoned as C2, with no setbacks, no height limit, and an FAR of 6:1. Although the site is intended for commercial use, I have decided to embrace the industrial aspects of the city's location while working within the restrictions of the zoning to create a program that contains both retail and multi-tenant production spaces, to create a program that could be used and enjoyed by both consumers and producers. Formally, the building could be broken down into 3 layers, each having programmatic implications. The program consists of retail, production, office, staff, and additional back of house and storage spaces. The first formal layer of the building is a bar tower located on the east side of the site. This houses circulation cores and additional back of house spaces such as mechanical, electrical, storage, staff, and some shared production spaces on the upper floors. The second formal layer of the building is a square glazed volume with an exoskeleton structure. Within this volume, we would have retail spaces on the ground floor, with production spaces on floors 2 to 6 and office spaces on top. The last formal layer of the building are 3 free glass standing elevators located along the east property line of the site. Each of these 3 elevators is dedicated to one of 3 building tenants housed within the structure. The building's tenants include a skateboard shop, guitar store, and furniture store. Functionally, the elevators are utilized as a form of material transportation in a vertical assembly line. The elevators and the building's glazing allow this process to be visually experienced from the building's exterior. In turn, one can see the treatment and shaping of the raw wood material as it transforms into one of 3 custom products. While locally made goods and small company-owned brands help establish the reliability between consumer and producer, the building strives to establish a personable experience and relationship between the public and the manufacturers by making the retail experience in the factory more unique and exciting. The visitor experience is amplified through the distribution of public spaces, which draw them both to the ground floor and to the roof of the building. As an alternative to having individualized retail spaces, the ground floor serves as an expansive showroom that displays all 3 tenants' products, including a guitar wall, an area with various wood furniture types and assortments, and a location to pick a deck and assemble a skateboard. Additionally, the operation of the building's lifts extends to the public, allowing visitors to use the lifts to access a rooftop skate park overlooking the city. The roof includes an additional event space that is flexibly used to host events held by the building's tenants. These can include skate competitions, design conventions, and live music performances. By straying away from the conventional retail standards, the building engages the users with aspects of shopping, entertainment, and production, in turn strengthening both the factories and community's infrastructure. Structurally, the building is laid out on a grid that alternates between 24 feet and 10 feet. This grid reflects the rhythm on the facade with an exterior pattern that alternates between steel cross bracing and the glass elevators. There are exposed steel trusses that expand along these grid lines and connect to the exoskeleton structure. Additionally, there are current walls that are laid out behind the exposed structure to add a secondary element to the tectonic building facade. As the exposed steel trusses are open above, you would see additional ceiling mounted lights and ducts overhead. Sectionally, the floor is made up of a metal deck on top of these steel trusses with a concrete pour on top and a finish. The aforementioned bar tower includes a sawtooth roof on top that utilizes and takes advantage of the site's orientation and lighting. By including ribbon windows on the northern side, the building could absorb northern light and take advantage of the southern slope to place a series of solar panels that continue the circulation of energy throughout the building. Within the vertical assembly line, each floor serves as a different step in the production process. The production and operational process typically taking place in the building would consist of design, management, material preparation, sanding, painting, and use of additional machinery such as CNC and hydraulic presses. By operating vertically, the factory would see an immediate reduction in shipping costs and lead time, and lower its reliance on international forms of shipping such as air and sea. This would reduce the building's carbon footprint. Additionally, the similar tenant operation would also allow the wood scraps to be recycled between the workspaces to ensure that the most is being made out of the raw material. Over here, you could see some of production spaces and the view from Alameda, showing the internal and the glazing to give a view of the production inside. All in all, the project seeks to become a catalyst that enables clean manufacturing in Los Angeles, while additionally engaging the public in the process through means of retail, production, and entertainment. Thank you. I can stop the moderation.
Was this specifically just for guitars and skateboards? Or any kind of fabrication that has to do with laminated wood products?
I would think that right now I have defined them as these three users, but the tenants could ultimately be adjusted within the building. And there's a certain type of flexibility that's enabled within the production.
Michael, hi.
Hello.
Thanks for your presentation. I'm just like scanning through your drawings here to see if there is a sort of flow chart or a kind of some kind of drawing, maybe it would be an AXO or something like this, that can describe how what I'm looking for is the life cycle of a piece of wood in your building.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So how does it get in there? How does it get up there? How does it get cut? How does it get picked up, recycled? I mean, you talked about this, right? You talked about it being recycled. There were scraps that would be recycled. Once it's swept up, and then where is it put? And then who comes and picks it up? Or this, for me, this is a crucial drawing. To understand the viability. I mean, I'm starting to see, without wishing to be like too immediately, like out there with this, but it feels like there are some moves with these elevators to accommodate the lifting of materials, but I don't exactly know how the materials get to the elevators, and so on. You understand what I'm saying? Can you talk us through?
I could briefly explain how the materials would get up the building on the ground floor. Off of Alameda, I have included a loading dock that's adjacent to a trash room and another freight elevator. So the elevators that are in the back bar would be utilized by employees and for for storage and initially moving the materials up top. So they would move them to storage space on the top floor, and then the material would be utilizing the glass elevators to make its way down back into the space. And then the trash room extends all the way up to have a chute that would bring the material down. And right adjacent to the trash room is where I've included the shared production spaces so that the scraps and additional materials and machinery that's cohesive between the tenants would be used over there. So I think you could see that one on one of the second or third floor plans, where there's a shared production area and then adjacent to the trash.
So you're going to purchase pre-cut chunks of plywood.
Yeah, typically it would be a standard size that would be accommodated. And then if additional tenants would need different types, they would also be able to order it to the building.
So I'm sorry, Michael, that was a kind of loaded question. Yeah, I think, so on Donnie's project, we were talking then the space to move that car up and down, right? So anyway, that's too much in the weeds probably at the moment, but it seems like maybe interrupting the question about the process. It does seem like the process of how this thing processes materials and transforms them into products that are purchased on the street. That's a spectacle, and that's worthy of celebrating. And at a minimum, it's worthy of celebrating as a way of describing the premise behind your building. Not just celebrating in a drawing, but as a spectacle for people to see. Maybe even possibly see as they go flying by on the gold line. Can I ask you a question? Donnie, you guys are both on the same site. I know that there's a square footage constraint that's imposed on all of you, but and he's not here anymore, but I have to question, like, why is the rest of the site not used? You could still use it without encroaching too much on your square footage too, by the way. Why can't that be a skate park?
You could, I mean, in certain instances, we kind of allowed people to take over the rest of so some students in the studio, they had kind of like lots that were around kind of the square footage max of the lots they could have, basically because we didn't want any students, because we were asking them to max out their FAR, we didn't want them to be having these gigantic unwieldy buildings of, 200,000 square feet. So for this site, which is quite large, that both Michael and Donnie were working on, students had the option to kind of carve it up and use a portion of it, and assume that the other parcel would be kind of a different development at some point. So yes, he could have done that, but also I don't know if I would have let him do that.
I was curious how you decided the building's built out of steel, right?
Yes.
I was just curious about that selection. Did you consider building it out of wood at all? Or
yeah, that was a topic that came up in the previous review as well. I'm envisioning, based on the construction type and turbine massing, I wasn't sure if I can make it work, but also I wanted the material of the wood to be as a freestanding material that's just internally operating within the building. So I do consider the wood to be a part of the material of the building, but it's just not fixed, and it's a constantly moving and operating material.
yeah, I mean, of course, there's nothing that says that a building that processes wood needs to be made out of wood. I'm just curious if there was like a thought about it, or considering there's all this discussion about sustainable building out of larger towers now out of wood. I was just wondering if there was a thought about it. And but I do agree with Alistair that this production, it sort of is like this idea of a vertical production building, like you said. And I feel like you should just like go to the extreme with it. they're tenants, right? That they just rent
Yeah.
their space, and is the idea something different than, let's say, you know, 3 different companies, you know, having 3 horizontal warehouses next to each other? Is there something, I mean, I know they're stacked, but is there some way in which they're sharing? Is it more of a shared use of the space? Is that part of what's going on with this, or is it separated?
So I've given them a combination of shared and individual spaces. So that's why they each have one of their own elevators. And then in the back, I have added the shared spaces. But essentially, if one tenant were to leave, they would occupy a third of the floor area on each level.
But you have 3 elevators, but the spaces are completely, it's like an open floor plan.
Yeah,
3.
I've used right now structural storage as partitions, but there could also be the possibility of using floating walls to give more privacy between the tenants as well.
I guess what I was going to say is I think that maybe an attitude about this kind of building and the kind of people that are, or not the kind of people, but the scale of the production, and which I know you have guitars and skateboards, which is not the same as building, let's say, automobiles or something. You know, and thinking about, you know, what's shared and what's separate, and you know, I guess I think it does come back to like how you get in the building and move through it and how it all works. You know, because there's production facilities. Long time ago, I went just because I was curious about it to River Rouge when it was Ford plant, and you know, that was a building where the steel went in on one side and the car came out the other, and it was like this huge, like or I think it was actually not even steel. I think it was iron, iron ore went in, and then there was a car on the other side. So it was like this incredibly integrated production facility. And of course, you're in the middle of a city, and it's a different scale. But I think your building starts to raise those questions, you know, and how you would do that.
I missed out. What's the third product? I missed out what that is.
It would be furniture.
Oh, furniture. So furniture is a lot more bulky, and it's going to have, that also begs the question of your 3 similar sized elevators. Maybe, so you can't be certain in a building like this, it's always going to be furniture, guitars, and skateboards. But for the sake of the exercise, what's interesting about that is each of them has a different scale, and one is always on the ground, one's treated as super precious, and one is occupied by people as a kind of subdivision of space, right? And they require, there's different kinds of machinery and procedures that are going to be necessary to make each of them. And I think would be, as an exercise, as an academic exercise, to explore that difference and leverage it to do other things. For example, in the section, there could actually be 2-story sections in parts of this where there's volumes. What am I thinking about? Just to go back to Peter's reference of a factory of any kind, where we have raw materials that are moved around, and then pieces that are in process are on a hook and they're moving on a conveyor belt, or moving down through the building, pulled off, something else is done to them. That may not be the case for all of these things, but each of them are going to have a process, which probably goes back to Alistair's point too, that could be celebrated. And that was what makes the building interesting, is the spectacle of all those things. That also would make a lot of differentiation from between each of the thirds, and maybe even cause for the thirds to not all be equal. But
well, I think, George, what you are describing is pretty much the combined, the combination of that concept image at the very beginning, this black and white sort of dystopic, but very, very curious piece that must have inspired it all. And that there could be so much coming from the city into this building and then being spit out at the other end or something like that. And so it's really, when I saw that first image, I was really curious because I couldn't even read it. I didn't, well, actually, Michael helped me. How did you do this? How did this come together, your concept image?
The concept image, I quite literally got images of assembly lines and warped them to become vertical to convey that transition from horizontal to vertical in the assembly.
Yeah, I mean it's great, and there's so much enthusiasm in there, and a density and everything, and so you become very, very curious about what comes next. And then you run us through your whole building, and obviously it is, it's a concept. It's a great concept. You have put a lot of work in there. Everything is somehow working, and we have questions and so on and so on. But then at the end, you are not closing the circle and come back to your concept image. And that is my big question for you. Why not? I mean, that is a scenography that you're putting out there. It's as if you run through the whole movie, in like 90 seconds, show the end of it, and then you want people to watch the movie again. Like a bad trailer, a trailer that reveals too much, and then nobody's going to go and watch that movie. And that is, I think that's a little bit of a pity, because, had you been working a little bit more dirty, this is usually the way I call this, this kind of, also showing us a little bit more how that city and the grittiness and the conveyor belt and the inspiration that you pick up, I don't know where, to come to your building and do something and all of that, how that is going into your building and then coming out of it again. Yeah, it's like how people are really using this. I would have really liked to see that with some few final fast collages, nothing, of no renderings that are taking days and days and days, but more something, like the character of this building is, something that is inspired by downtown LA and the streets of LA, and as they are right now, a little bit all over the place, and then run through this building and made into something new. And then you really have a story, then you really have a narrative for your building. And I think that's important for a project to bring into the presentation of a project also this narrative, how you got inspired to do this, and tell a story about it. Yeah. And you can still do that. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying this is too late, but when in the future you're talking about your thesis project, then do think about that. That it's not only about doing a clean building where everything perfectly works. I know you're an architect, so sort of, yeah. But it's really about how did that whole thing come together, and what fascinated you at the beginning, and that is all in your concept image. And that is, for me, the one thing where I really got very, very excited.
I think that's a really good point, because when you look at this concept image, it's like the whole horizontal city of Los Angeles is now becoming vertical, and that's pretty intense thing to just think about. And there's vertical aspects in your project, but I think if you look at this image, there's stuff that you would think is horizontal is vertical, and things are really being turned over in the way you constituted this image. I mean, I know that the project, you're supposed to reach a certain level of resolution, that's part of the school project, but I think it's true that you, maybe looking back at this after you made it and actually taking it pretty seriously in terms of what it means, even if you have to go much more pragmatic, is a good thought, because your building would benefit from the reality of, like, with real trusses and real floors, and what George was talking about, these different scales, and more messy, and it wouldn't just be like it wouldn't feel as much like it's speculative building for people to, rent out and subdivide, but it's somehow a real challenge. So I think the ideas it's really interesting there.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting idea of the horizontality of Los Angeles becoming vertical, which is happening slowly. But I guess this idea of, I think part of what this project is about also is sort of, I don't know, I'm not going to put words in Michael's mouth, but this, right, that Los Angeles is such a manufacturing city, and it's not always so visible to most people who live here or visit here. And most people are surprised to learn that it's the biggest manufacturing city in the US. And I guess this idea of like, how does that keep pace with the change of Los Angeles from horizontal to vertical?
Yeah, I think that's kind of a fascinating thing that's happening slowly. I mean, in a way, we're still also, that's one of the things that irritates me about the new LACMA building, is that it feels like it's totally wedded to like a older idea about the city of Los Angeles in terms of cars, and it's kind of strangely suburban, and I think people are still really connected to the image of Los Angeles as this like cars horizontal city, but it is kind of changing. I mean, it's not vertical, but it's kind of transforming slowly.
Yeah. Any last comments for Michael, or kind of general comments for the students as we kind of wrap up our reviews for today? All really good thoughts so far.
Lots of good energy and effort on the projects. Congratulations.
I think I second that. So the one thing that I always like to point out is, and don't think I'm particularly critical here now, because I'm not, but I think I want to say that we are really living in a time where there is not a question about whether or not we can or must integrate the conversation also about the environment. And I don't think it needs to be part of the brief for See This project, but it needs to be in our minds as students and as future architects and urbanists and so on and so on. And so I want to encourage you all really to consider that, you just get a normal brief for a project or for a competition or something like that. But then have also your own standards and say, okay, I need to actually consider materials or energy consumption or recycling or pollution or things like that. What am I actually doing here? And I wouldn't wait for people to tell you that you have to do that, but you have to do that. This is simply what we do right now. So I just want to, it's not a critique, but it is something for the future from tomorrow on to always take with you in your bag. And other than that, I think everything was really exciting what I've seen today. I should probably say that first. Sorry about that. Don't want to end up on a heavy note here, something like that. But it's that would be a bit mean. But no, cool stuff. Absolutely great. Enjoyed it a lot. And I've been on this since 12 o'clock today, and I'm still sort of excited about it. So I didn't get tired or anything.
Oh, marathoner.
Wow.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to say, thank you everyone for some really thoughtful work. It's so invigorating to come to a review and see how passionate everyone is. And it gives one a little bit of hope for the future, you know. So you guys are a part of that, and it's wonderful. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It was really nice to see, and people, those students seem really engaged with creative ways of dealing with like pretty big, pretty heavy issues. So I think that's, I mean, I don't go to a lot of reviews, but I think it's really interesting to see what's going on in Cal Poly in terms of the way the students are working.
Great. Thank you guys so much for your time and your comments and energy and the kind of all the different points of view that you brought today. Really appreciate it. And to all the students for all of your hard work all year long. I especially appreciate you. So yeah, really good end to our year and our semester. And excited to see what you guys do. I'm gonna let the jurors leave and I'm gonna talk to my students for like 30 seconds before I let them go for the weekend.
Are you guys back in studio in the fall?
It seems like it. I don't know. George would know the answer to that.
That's a bit fuzzy. Yes and no. So we're supposed to, the message is always changing. And so it's really outside of my control, but right now we're operating in a generic descriptor hybrid, which means at a minimum, you will meet at the prescribed time like we've done, and there'll be something physical. The other end of the spectrum is you will be in studio at your scheduled time for the whole duration of that time. We have outliers to handle too. Some people that due to circumstances can't come back. So that's part of what we're trying to reconcile.
Wow.
So for example, people in first year that never located to the region. So now it's, where do I live? Where do I buy food? Who's my roommate? Should I even come back? It was very complicated. But I've been told to tell everybody you should be coming back. That's what I heard today. So we'll see how that works out. The power.
So they're going out in the world.
Yeah.
Exactly. And good luck with that.
Yeah, good luck.
Okay.
Here.
Thank you.
Take care, everyone.
Have a good weekend.
Bye. Bye-bye.
Hi, guys. I'm going to let you go.